just kind of helps to make that structure work a little better, and being in a finite single location makes that a little easier, by comparison. Like with youth baseball, they're using baseball fields in our small neighborhood parks and kind of all across the system. So that would be an example of an informal agreement we have, would be with Rochester Youth Baseball. As far as the term goes, many of our indoor facilities, those are annual agreements that we put together. So the Grizzlies, the swim club, the 125 Live agreement is a longer term agreement. That one's not an annual one, but the ones on the kind of more rec center side of that facility are annual agreements. Another indoor facility example would be at Graham Arena with Rochester Youth Hockey, making major financial contribution there. They have a long agreement, and perhaps that's a time for me to highlight that when an organization makes a major financial investment, that usually is a time that we formalize an agreement and set it at a term based on what that contribution was, if that makes sense. So we're contemplating an agreement right now to redo the pickleball courts at Cook Park, for example, and that would be an agreement for some priority time with Rochester Area Pickleball Association. So based on
so with these agreements, is ongoing maintenance a consideration in those agreements?
It is, okay. Yes. So when a sports association is making an upgrade to a facility, that upgrade is the responsibility of that association. So I'll give an example. At the Recreation Center, Rochester Swimming Incorporated provided the capital for the big screen scoreboard that helps them run their meets and those types of things. That amenity is something that RSI is responsible to maintain over time. So when it needs repair or replacement of parts, those types of things, they've committed to making that change. Same would be for the timing pads they use in the pool and other things like that. So that upgrade would be that responsibility. A smaller scale version of that would be with baseball. They prefer clay mounds versus egg lime mounds. Clay is a little bit different to maintain, so they help offset the cost of what that clay maintenance on the mound is. That's a kind of niche example, but hopefully that's helpful. That those upgrades, we do ask the partner to be part of that ongoing maintenance over time, and they're willing to do that. When you get to a few other questions about how those partnerships work, I would say they work best in working relationships. I and others in our department have been able to develop good relationships with many of these partner organizations. So we know and we encourage them to try to make their programming as available as possible. I know several of the youth sports associations, they have scholarships available and ways that they can make it more affordable for those in need to be able to come and participate. And again, they offer that kind of range of options. So, your T-ball or house league, baseball or basketball, those types of things are a much lower registration fee compared to the child who plays on a travel basketball team and has more expenses there to travel to tournaments and those types of things. But even that, at the travel level, they still offer some scholarship opportunities for kids who would try out and make a team like that. They can help them if they need to. And just with that, over that relationship with them and knowing how they operate, kind of operating in lieu of Parks and Rec offering some of these programs internally, they do try to make it as available as possible to community members.
Council members, Mayor?
Yeah, to the point, I think that you've been hearing Council President Schubring talk about, we do have a lot of contracts with different groups, and we have wonderful organizations, and I've been to many of their tournaments and they do a great job. But as far as having public amenities that are available for non-competitive public use, that's the part that's been frustrating me for the last 7 years, is trying to find more time for the community to be able to come in and have open swimming, open gym, open whatever. And that's so narrow and not, and at least as far as my experience over the last 7 years, and then prior to that as a parent, is it's not necessarily a set time. It's not regular. It's not something people can count on. It's not very well publicized. And so as we move ahead and talk about these, wonderful amenities that we have in this community and growing amenities, how are we making them available to the community who just wants to use them for pleasure and not for competition, who isn't interested in being on a baseball league or doesn't have the skill set to be, highly competitive. They just want to have fun and they want to use the city-owned facilities to do so. So I guess I would just say moving ahead, the more thinking you can put into that and highlighting options that aren't competitive, that are just for public use, that are reliable, uniform weekly, and do some more publicity so folks know they're open, because a lot of folks don't realize these are actually city-owned facilities that are actually open to their use, because we don't market ourselves very well.
Okay.
Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, just as far as setting this up for going into the next section of this, you gave a lot of examples of these partnerships, and I think they are good ways for us to think of this. But a lot of them are local, a lot of them are like embedded in the community, and I'm looking at this one differently, and that's one of my concerns. But the analogy I'm coming with is how we manage the Mayo Civic Center and hire another company to do that. And if it's possible, that's how, as we go forward, I'm trying to look at it that way, as opposed to the way the swim club would manage or help us manage that asset, or the way the local tennis club, because I think that's something we really have to struggle with here, is how, when you bring in public assets and merging them with private companies, how the public is protected.
Yes, and that, I think, if there aren't other questions, can maybe lead me right into the next slide here. If you have other questions, I can wait for that.
We have Councilmember Palmer.
Yep.
One quick statement is one that you always miss is the Rochester's Running Club with the track. And they rebuilt the track, and they do a yearly maintenance on it. For over 50 years, they've done the all-comers track meet. It's something that everybody enjoys a lot. And so that's one of those examples that people don't realize, but that track was completely rebuilt and almost paid for by the track team.
Yes, great example.
And I'll just close off with how I directed my questions is to what the mayor was talking about, is if overall there is a sentiment in a part of our community that there are parks and recs facilities that aren't as accessible to them, and whether it's for informal activities or formal activities, that when we go to a proposed sports complex, regional sports complex, and it doesn't have that community aspect in it in the first phase, that just makes that point even more difficult from a community standpoint. So I'm looking overall at Parks and Rec, and is there a way that we can more formalize the activities of the clubs and associations to encourage recruitment, marketing, and sliding fee schedules and free service schedules when they work on their schedules and their recruitment. So with that, you can.
Thank you.
continue.
Yeah, and I'll maybe just a quick response. I would say, as a department, we're always open to figuring out how to do things better. There's always room for improvement, right? I think we have made some effort on that front. I think in general, our open skate times, one example being open volleyball, it's nearly every Friday and Sunday evenings. It's always at the same time, so that, hopefully that can be more of a known thing and available time that folks can come in. Perhaps the communication hasn't been what it ought to be. So again, room for improvement. I would say we are attempting at least to make some effort there to make it available. And I would just also to highlight the partners that we have. Again, if there is a special event or something that they come to us and say, can we work this out? What's going on at this neighborhood ball field, or, something like that. I'll give you a quick example. So 2 weeks ago, I had a neighborhood group who wanted to get together and play kickball with their neighborhood at one of the small neighborhood ball fields. on Wednesday nights. It's usually used by Rochester baseball, but we were able to make it work so that that particular team that would have been there on Wednesday night, would have moved, and they went and played on a different field that night so that neighborhood could utilize that field for a kickball game. So, I mean, I think there are some, and that's just one small anecdotal, example, right? But I think there is an openness for us to try to be as accommodating as we can be, while at the same time still trying to honor those great partnerships that we have. And I'll pick up my remote. So moving on, to the main topic here today, with that background in mind of how the existing facilities run, I think one of the ways that we're imagining this facility to be different is that we won't have as much of that committed priority time to one group or a small number of groups, but to have this be more operated where it's just more of a level playing field, that those weeknight practice times or whatnot can be requested by any community group to come in and participate in that facility, have kind of a baseline of what the fees would be, and that would be available for anybody. Again, being on the weekends primarily for that sports tourism, bringing visitors to Rochester. You'll see in a couple slides here about how that queues up the pro forma to make it more affordable on those weeknights for the community activity. Many of those tournaments would be run with kind of by in-house staff, which helps us again work out the pro forma to have some additional revenue opportunities there within those tournaments. Again, in an effort to lower the cost of what it would take on the weeknights for rentals. We'd have other tournaments that we'd be hosting there, which would be rentals or local or state tournaments. Perhaps Rochester Youth Baseball or Rochester Youth Softball rents the fields for a weekend to run one of their tournaments at the facility. So it'd be a mixture of that for the tournament side. Again, the community groups would have opportunity to rent the facility without a primary partner that would use up the fields. We'd be able to try to have variety of renters in there. There would be other space around the facility where you could have more on-programmed or drop-in type events happening on. There's green space, the trail access that we've highlighted before in the design, as well as playground, plaza space. Thinking of items like, perhaps a neighborhood concert, things like that. I think there'll be spaces where that can happen. That's either, perhaps on one of the fields or in one of the other common green spaces around the site. And just a little more background. So this is a slide you've seen before. We've had this in several of the presentations about the sports complex, about where we're at right now and where we have been with how we're envisioning the operations of the facility. So we'd be looking for a private partner to come in and handle the operations and management and sales of the facility. We've had a planning partner with us through since the middle of last year, helping us as we have worked through the design and plans and developing the pro forma, making sure that the budget can work with what the amenities would be. But at the same time, we would certainly still have the public collaboration there. The city would be very engaged on the capital investment over time, would be overseeing the agreement, making sure we were hitting indicators, having the open lines of communication and transparency when it came to reporting. And a little more, I guess, just kind of continuing to set the stage here of where we're at now and what the near future would be for our milestones on the schedule. So we are continuing to refine through the design process, checking that against the cost estimates, to making sure we're staying on track there. We would like to come back, assuming we're still continuing on the kind of trajectory we've been on for the last several months, with operating agreement and the final design, asking for bid authorization coming up here in likely October, and then having the public bid timeframe and then come back for bid approvals in November. So that would be a few things on our milestone list here for the next couple months. And with that, perhaps I'll turn it over to Chad and John to introduce themselves.
Everyone, Council President, Mayor, council members, esteemed public here. So my name is Chad Faulkner. I'm the founder and CEO of Sports Academy. This is John Spots, president, also been a day one founder of Sports Academy as well. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be here today. It's been a real pleasure to work with the talented people within your city and the folks that they've employed to bring this project to life. Just quickly on Sports Academy, I heard a couple of great things this morning that are near and dear to my heart of why we even started Sports Academy about 10 years ago in the community where my wife and I raised our children. And it was really, I had the fortunate experience of playing Division I football. So, and a really terrible team, by the way. But that's a whole other point. But the point being is that I experienced a lot of interesting coaches in a spectacular environment to grow as a young person. But what I found in that environment, though, when I got back to my community, is that I was kind of the kid that was always kind of looking up at some of the other kids getting some of the opportunities. And so as we talk about access and community access and access to certain folks, it's near and dear to my heart. My mother was, our family was divorced. Mom was raising my sister and I. And if it wasn't for some coaches and some other people looking out for me in the community, I'm not sure where I would end up, and I likely wouldn't be here today in front of you. So with that being said, as we started Sports Academy about 10 years ago, we started as a private company, but also with a 501c3. Because in sports, as I learned in locker rooms, there's all of life that sits in a locker room full of 100 young people. And so if you can find your way to navigate through those environments, it's really a rich environment to grow. So as we brought that into a community, which on the outside would maybe look like it's a very prosperous community, not so different than this community here. We also found in our community that we had 19% of the schools attending public schools were meal supported within those environments. So we had that conflict within our own environment as well. So with all that, we'll fast forward through the rest of the Sports Academy story here, but I would say that we're operating in several facilities around the country. We've done this bootstrapped ourselves at times as we've grown our company over the last 10 years. We came up with a very high quality product with the mission to democratize the access to development through sports. And in doing so, we attracted some interesting people around our journey where we journeyed through a couple of years ourselves alone. And then we met an interesting guy named Kobe Bryant that some people may heard of, changed our name, lost him in a terrible accident, went back to Sports Academy like everybody did during COVID, found a way to survive and to grow our business from there. And the way that we did it is really based on how we started the business from day one. It's the values that I talked about, the values that were instilled in me, and the values that we had demonstrated within our community of being successful and being a good member and a solid member of our community that could not only provide a team for everybody for the entry points, but also could provide in our community for those outstanding athletes and the families that were committed in that direction. We also had a team for them as well. So we're able to serve the full community and the sporting community in the areas that we operate by operating and providing programming on sliding scales, subsidized programming. Some programming is not subsidized. Some experiences are not subsidized. Some of these big tournaments when Adidas is in taking over our environment last week is not a subsidized event. But guess what? It helps subsidize the other events that we have and the other programming that we have. So it's a very dynamic community. Sports is very dynamic with what we're going to work with. It's going to be very dynamic in your community. Some people are going to get frustrated. A lot of people are going to be really happy when they look back and understand that the values, what you guys have created within your community, as we've been directed to manage and come up with solutions that can work for a broad range of constituents here. That's the mission that we're on. That's the mission we're working with every day. We're really proud to work with your leadership in doing so. Now, my good partner here, John Spots, is going to take us through some numbers and a few other things coming through the budget. He's going to employ his CPA background and experience here for all of us. So I think between both of us, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Spots?
Okay. Thank you, Chad and
Ben.
Council President, Council Mayor, council members. Honored to be here. Just talking through how we developed pro forma. Typically, in the early stages of pro forma, it's built on general industry norms of how things would operate. We've gone a step further on this, and there's a facility over in Franklin, Wisconsin, who does many of the same things that we would see this facility doing, operating sports or baseball and softball tournaments with a sanctioned partner, and then using that that income and revenue off of those big tournaments to subsidize the rest of their operations. And the great thing about a place like Franklin, it's a little ways outside of Milwaukee, very similar climate to here. So, you know, similar seasons of when it would stop and end, very similar demographics. You know, if you look at the census numbers, Minnesota and even the Rochester area, the demographics in terms of income and so forth are about 10% higher, but very similar. So you can have some confidence that the same type of programming that could work in those environments would also work here. So the tournaments that we would hold on weekends would be, like I said, sanctioned tournaments. There are a few of these big operators in the country. We own and operate our own baseball facility right outside Memphis, Tennessee. So we're responsible for top to bottom line of that. We also have an indoor facility in Thousand Oaks. These are our two biggest flagship facilities. An indoor facility that's primarily basketball and volleyball. So that's another reason when we were brought in to look at outdoor versus indoor, all the sports that we were talking about. We've personally operated those sports and understand the mechanisms, the players in the game, and so forth to know how to gauge these pro formas and look at the general market and what could work in those markets. So in addition to those sanctioned tournaments, we've also allocated space on weekends for some of the big existing tournaments that are in town. And these are like the Minnesota Youth MYAS tournaments and so forth. So in June, we have an MYAS tournament that would share fields on that weekend with a sanctioned tournament operated by one of the big sanctioning bodies through us, through the city and Sports Academy managing the staff here. So same thing in July, there are 3 weekends where in Rochester that there are big regional tournaments that are at the community level. And we've allocated space in the field for those tournaments on those weekends too. It wouldn't be totally here and wouldn't be totally in the RSRC, but there would be exposure there. And in some cases, the sanctioned tournaments would go out and rent high school fields and save that space for some of those community and youth tournaments that have always been in the community here, at least the last several years that I can see evidence of. So as you look through the pro forma that I sent, that was provided in the packets, in there were on the baseball page, there were rental tournaments included in there. Those rental tournaments, there were 4 of them. Those are actually the tournaments I just described. So we're just renting to the local community, not to some outside group that's there. Most of these tournaments are 3-day tournaments. Some are 4-day tournaments. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, sometimes also including a Thursday. Some are called 5-day tournaments. They do that, and then they just have the semifinals and the finals on a Monday during the day. A few more notes on the pro formas. The weekday programming is entirely, on weeknights, that programming is entirely community programming. Renting the fields in the pro forma, we have $20 per hour, which is similar to the same as what existing fields are rented for, which might not be lighted, might not be artificial surface. Artificial surface basically gives you dependability of the surface to be available to play more frequently, right? Sooner in the season, and also recovering from a rainstorm in the morning, you can still go out and play during the day. So those are all, that's community, and we'll work with the city on coming up with city management on the best way to allocate that field time, how that's all going to work. So that's the weekday use. And even on weekends, our projection on how much of this would be people coming in and traveling here from greater than 30 miles and how much would be local. We have that as about 35% would be local teams that would be within 30 miles, and especially hopefully a lot here from the Rochester area, and then the other 65 coming in and traveling in for the tournaments. And it's really important in this to have a really good local base of teams, because what do you want when you go and play in a tournament? You want to play other competitive teams, maybe some teams you haven't seen before. You want to have like a good mix of teams in there. So when the local community has a good set of teams, then that helps to draw other teams. It just spreads out, layer by layer out from there. So any facility, even when it's our own private facilities, it's all community based. Your business is going to come, almost all of it, from the people that are there. It's on weeknights, it's people that can get to the facility in 10 to 20, 25 minutes, right? If you're going to have to travel much further than that on school night, not going to usually do it. So we talked about affordable rates for weekday use. And then in the pro forma, we haven't included anything yet because it takes more development, but we haven't put in any revenue for weekday summer use. So the only weekday usage we've put into the pro forma are 4 rental hours per night, Monday through Thursday. So even, let's say that's 5 to 9 p.m. There's a little bit of time before that when maybe you could charge and rent it out or provide free programming. Time after, say 9 p.m., adult leagues and so forth that could be playing here. And none of that's in the pro forma. That's potential upside during the summer when the kids are out of school. Again, we don't have anything in the pro forma there from a revenue standpoint on bringing in camps or any other activities that would be there. So again, that's upside. The other thing that's not in the pro forma, because it's more difficult to gauge without further discussions between an operator, which could potentially be us, and the local softball and fast pitch softball communities. There's nothing in here currently. We do anticipate those parties using the facility. It's just it would take time to figure out with them, to talk with them and figure out, okay, you have the softball facilities already there. How much bigger could the tournaments get? When would we want to be having those and so forth? And also the month of August, there's nothing in there at all in the pro forma for the month of August. So again, we are planning on having programming there. We don't know what it is yet. We don't want to claim it on a pro forma. So again, potential upside to that pro forma without it would only be programming expense. It would when you run something, you have to have a person there that's the coach or so forth, not any additional administrative burden in order to run those extra activities that we're talking about that could contribute revenue or contribute to community usage. So very important on that. Okay. The pickleball courts, we've think we've put in some fairly conservative numbers, some very conservative numbers. We see this as $5 a player per person and nowhere close to capacity of what those courts can produce. So that's in the numbers, and that's how we see that. So you consider it a daily fee, you know, especially in the beginning. We'll have blocks that you would reserve the courts, and we would do that with local community groups. And then on weekends or on weekdays, there'd be opportunity for leagues and tournaments and events. So that's again working with the local pickleball community on how that would work. On the rectangular fields, we haven't put in any programming that the operator would produce. That would be rental, you know, on practices, leagues, and tournaments, depending on weekday or weekend, at rates that are the same as other city facility rates. So that's what's in the performer for those. And our concessions, again, we've only based that on the tournament business, and for that, $10 per visitor for tournaments. We find that to be a pretty reliable number for what a tournament facility can produce on concessions for revenue. And so that's there. Going to the 5-year projections, you'll notice up in the top row that we have the years listed across there, and under year 3, we put down stabilized. So that's kind of the big base year where we look at a facility like Franklin that has now been operated for 3 years by a sanctioning partner. And it was based on how they're doing this summer and last summer. And below even the level of detail that was included in your packets, there's a level of detail below that where I went through, and each weekend of the year I've programmed it out, put in the exact entrance rate, how many visitors, how many coaches, how many players, and extremely granular level of detail to get to these numbers. One important thing to think about here is that the tournament business, the weekend tournament business, produces 75 to 85% of the income, the net profit for the facility. So it's very important in terms of the operations of the facility that limited amount of usage can then pay for and subsidize the rest of the programming that's going to happen here. And then that doesn't even deal with the other benefits to the city in terms of employment and hotel usage and so forth that's involved here. So that's the benefit of bringing in those extra teams from outside the community. So year 3 stabilized, like I said, is really based on kind of where the comparison facility is operating right now, the number of teams they're getting and the type of fees they're charging the teams and at the gate. And then year 2 and year 1, we're back down looking at some trended numbers from other facilities as well as theirs as to how facilities will trend from when they start up until when they get there. We call year 3 stabilized because then after that you get into more of normal 10% growth year on year after that for the core businesses. So in this case, on this pro forma, and I'm just going to go to the next slide here. Year one on the slide that is our base case slide, year one, that was 67% of facility or of stability is what year one was to build into that. I wanted to give some sensitivity to say, what if the facility starts out a little bit slower than what we've seen in other facilities? Could be any variety of factors, right, that could cause that to happen. So I trended it two different ways. One, at if we were to achieve 50% of that number in year one, and then again at 25%. And you can see that on year one of the facility in the pro forma, the operating surplus, EBITDA, earnings basically before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization, some of my CPA talk. So EBITDA 628,000, 50% stability. We're still making money at 206,000. And then if we go all the way down to 25%, you can see that it's 330,000 that would need to be helped out with there. And so you can probably guess based on that trending that it's right around between 35 and 40% where it would be break even of that stability number.
Can I ask you a question about the Franklin, Wisconsin site? You said, are they at the year three now?
Yeah.
Did you say? So what was their year one stability and year two stability?
Similar to that 67, like that build up of
They were
67.
67?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like right around there. Yeah, so
Okay.
right in that range. So,
Councilmember Doring.
And Franklin is the most comparable to Rochester, being a quarter of the size of our community. So the population of Franklin is 36,000 residents and Rochester is 120,000 residents.
yeah. Well, there are differences between the two situations. Like, for example, we're going to have 8 full-size baseball fields. They have 4 full-size baseball fields, 2 youth fields. So they really only 6 fields, of which 2 are youth, and youth you could charge less on these tournament weekends than full-size fields. And then they also have a minor league baseball stadium on premises there. And that minor league baseball stadium, sometimes that's available. They'll be able to use that for a few tournament games here and there.
So we're not looking directly at an apples to apples comparison. We're looking at a similar comparison, but not a direct comparison.
Yeah. And
Okay.
I mean, even Milwaukee's 1.3 million people.
Sure.
We're pretty close to the Twin Cities where the metro population is 3.1 million. So, there are definitely some differences in both of those.
Sure. And can I ask an operator question for Franklin? So say year 3 in Franklin, as an operator agreement, if you hadn't reached where you had said we were going to reach this level of occupancy and reach this level of revenue, is there anything in the contract that you have with the community of Franklin as the outside operator saying we are going to operate this as the organization bringing in these sanctioned tournaments, and we have fallen short of our projections, and we have promised your community that it's going to generate this much revenue, and we've messed this up. We are now on the hook now to then provide this revenue back to your community in a way. Is there any sort of guarantee?
So, number one, we don't operate the Franklin facility.
Okay.
So just to make that clear, I just use that because I can go online, I can see how many teams register, I can see all the different factors that go into calculating the pro forma. So we don't operate that facility. It's privately owned.
Okay.
So, but to answer the question more broadly, this is a city-owned facility. And so the way that the management fees have been calculated in here are not based on taking a high level of risk on the operator part and, you know, high risk, high reward, then there would be a much greater maybe remittance back to an operator if they were taking the risk on the other end too. So, you know, those are some of the trade-offs that would occur in those instances. This is much more providing that expertise, managing the staff, and all of the budgets and everything else that are going to be worked on. It's a collaborative process with city management by which this will be done. As providing our expertise, we'll develop those budgets. We'll work with the city to get them approved. We will not spend above those budgets unless the city grants us an exception to those budgets. So those safeguards are built in to make sure that an operator isn't us or whatever operator, what's built into this kind of fee is that there's not that type of where they can just go and spend whatever they want on this. And the key staff will be chosen in conjunction with city management. They'll have whatever level of say they want over that. And then we'll work with the management, on the ground management to just be working with them on the relationships, on coaching them through the P&Ls and comparing them to what we have in other facilities and so forth to come up with the best answer for the city.
Mayor Norton.
Two things, I think. The first is you talked about in your pro forma, looking at bringing in rentals weekdays and some other times from, I guess, folks that are already using our current facilities. So I'm wondering if you've worked with either the Parks Department or RCTC or other people who actually now currently benefit from those rentals on their own property. I think RCTC has seven ball diamonds and Watson has some, to make sure we're not going to be building something and then setting our expectations by hurting other entities in town. So I wonder if you've had those discussions. And the other group I wondered if you had had discussions with was the Honkers. And how that may or may not have anything to do with what we're doing here, but we do have the Northwoods League folks. And then my other question, just I'll throw it out here, is the picture on page 9 that you had up here. It has a large stadium-looking seating. And when I asked this question just 2 weeks ago or a week ago, I don't know when it was, when we talked about this, there was only like 3 levels of silver little seating in the pictures. And so I'm a little concerned that about what we're talking about here. Are we talking about drawing a large group of people in here, having seating for them, having them there to use the vending machines? Or are we talking about a few rows for a couple dozen people? And we need to be careful about the pictures that we're showing. So just was asking just those 2 issues.
Yeah, this facility here is our Tennessee facility that we operate. We bought it a year and a half ago, and it was a USA baseball facility. This was the main the big USA baseball governing body. This was their facility. That's why that stadium infrastructure is built there. So this was just showing kind of one of our facilities and the level of the facility that we operate and have operated. So it's not representative of the seating that we would have here. This is seating kind of between the dugouts around home plate, you know, going around where you really want to be in the action there. That's the key seating, and some space for lawn chairs and so forth to go in, because a lot of people like bringing their own chairs. They have a nicer back to them and like to sit up higher like me with my long legs and, you know, get my hip mobility in. But so it would be more like that. Good question.
And then could you address the the other Watson Field, RCTC, all of our other fields in town and how they're going to be impacted by this.
Yeah, so we spoke to, for both the indoor side and the outdoor side, every sports body that Rochester Sports Federative, Ed and his team, Ed Ruska and his team, as well as Rochester Sports, Experience Rochester, everybody that somebody could think of, and determined demand. And what we found is that on the baseball side, especially at Rochester Youth Baseball Association, they're often sharing fields between multiple teams because there aren't enough facilities to accommodate everyone in those spaces. So there is a need for extra practice field space within the community. And that, combined with what I believe the effect will be for teams like the Yard Dogs as they get going, and now the families can stay closer to home. It's not such you always have that. I have two daughters that are now in college, playing college sports, and I've lived through the whole cycle. And I know from working within communities that it's the big choice. Like, oh, do I have the time to go and try? Well, when you can do more of your tournaments at home, it's a lot easier to manage, the divide and conquer, all that, those type of situations that happen. So we definitely think that will help these other groups to grow that would be tournament users within here with that exposure. We're pretty confident that it won't have material impact on those other facilities.
Councilmember Miller.
It's me. Since you mentioned the Wisconsin, Milwaukee area facility being privately owned and privately operated, not by your company, are there other peers that you found in our region for public facilities that are run this way? I mean, how should we be thinking about that? Because it doesn't quite feel like a comparison for this model.
Most other community facilities are operated in this manner, the big ones. There's one that just kicked off in the southern suburbs of Chicago, very similar to our facility. When I was looking at the number, they just opened in July. When I was looking at their tournament numbers for the first few weeks of operation, I was like, okay, that's how much they drew. That looks good for us, So that again kind of reinforced some of my comfort there. Outside of Champaign, Illinois, the community built a big facility and not doing as well. They do have a sanctioning body in there doing that. It is run by a private operator, but they're pretty far out of town. There's no hotels around, and it's in Champaign, far away from the major airports and so forth, much further than we are here. So, there are some structural advantages that Rochester has that for a sports tourism, like a tournament facility like this, that bode really well. The hotels in town being this close to the facility, and generally because of the nature of weekday business for Mayo healthcare system, it's an excellent, off, every week. The weekends bring in baseball tournaments in season, and weekdays, the hotel's doing well with healthcare.
Great. And so for the facilities in our region that are currently drawing tournaments, or I guess feel free to correct me, are we imagining generating new tournaments? Or are we attracting tournaments that already exist?
We will be operating new tournaments that we're growing that will, right now, like a month ago, talked to Bo from the Yard Dogs. That morning, on a Wednesday morning, he was driving down to Kansas City with his other coach and a bunch of kids in the back seat, you know, going to Kansas City. And he's like, oh, I can't wait till I don't have to do this drive and I can have this in my backyard. So it's other regional tournaments is we will attract teams from there to these tournaments. And then it'll grow that base from there, as well as from, you know, teams like to travel out of their area during the summer in order, like, I'm sure Bo will still want to get out of 1 or 2 times a year out of, with some of his teams, out of Rochester and go and hit some different competitions somewhere else.
But I guess that's my question then. How durable are these tournaments anchored to Kansas City or other, like, why would they come here, and why wouldn't the teams that are finding competitive advantage to play in these other markets continue to go? Like, I guess I'm not totally understanding how we generate this full model and don't have to compete, right? Or like convince somebody that our facility is different, better. You shouldn't travel to Kansas City this weekend. You should do yours here.
I think in the Twin Cities, there aren't a lot of big tournaments with the scouting services that we'll have at this facility. These travel teams, they want to play in front of college coaches, in front of pro scouts. Part of the staffing that we'll have here is a scout that will be on staff that's writing that up, attracting those coaches, advocating for the players that are there. So it's providing coaches and teams that want to get exposure to different sets of coaches. Maybe you're in a tournament over in Indiana and that's drawn a lot of coaches from that region. And then you're coming up to this region to get in front of a lot of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa coaches that will get attracted to this tournament.
Okay. I guess different set of questions. What can you tell us about the trends in the youth baseball industry broadly? Where have they been? Where are they going?
Still growing, and certainly baseball itself has been growing in the past. It was pretty patchy like about 15 years ago on the pro baseball level, but baseball again has been growing pretty nicely, and the coverage of college baseball and college softball on TV has grown exponentially and become a real spectator sport on ESPN and those type of platforms, the networks. It's considered one of the revenue sports in college because it has that network coverage and they get network fees in there. So it's football, basketball, men's basketball, women's basketball, baseball, and women's softball, which are considered the 5 big revenue sports in college sports now. So that helps to attract more and more kids that want to get a piece of that action. And it's both for kids that want to go to pro level or go and make NIL money in college, but also just to get access to college and to get to a college of their choice, because it's something that differentiates you from other applicants into given colleges.
Okay. And so this would be the first facility that you would be operating anywhere in the Midwest then?
Yes.
So what could you tell us about the unique risks of, like, how should we be thinking about those? And I'll name some. Climate. There's severe storms in the forecast for today. You have frequent air quality alerts, reasons that people can't play outside. That'll be a future study session topic today, how we're monitoring that. Heat, it's been really hot this weekend. I can't imagine, I grew up in Louisiana and I remember frequent stories of severe health issues of youth practicing outside when it's too hot. I know you operate facilities in Texas and it looks like both your facilities are indoor facilities. I'm just curious about the unique risks of moving forward in the operating model that's focused on outdoor recreation as we look at other trends. And then I'll ask too about the economy and risk is how resilient is youth travel baseball to economic variations?
Okay, so I'll address some of the climate issues first. As hot as it is here, our Memphis facility, I was down there a week ago, I guess it was now. There was a team from Canada down, a couple of teams from Canada that were down there. And I don't think they'll be going back down there. They felt like they were melting. And so this would be like an attractive alternative. So I think that the center for baseball kind of was in that southern region, and the climate will, I believe, will hurt those regions where then it's like unbearably hot. And it's also been very rainy down there this season. We've had numerous rainouts of our facility. Whereas up here, you know, it's by comparison, it's looking better. So guarantees, they're, you know, that's all I can say is that there are places like that are going to continue. If it's everybody that's getting hot, there's places where maybe people are traveling before that they'll travel less there before, and that could actually benefit us more than it's hurting us. And then the
Air quality,
pardon?
air quality, wildfire smoke that makes it go down.
There's, you know, just natural climatic situations happening, you know.
Sure.
It's,
So the budget's not.
Can you come to the microphone, Thane? Thank
I
you.
was just going to help John a little bit here. So yeah, I would say in those situations, there's going to be air quality, there's going to be heat issues, there's going to be all these different issues. That's why you never maximize in a pro forma or financial forecast that you've got this thing filled up 24/7. You just never show it full. So that's going to have a natural capacity, which really is a capacity because we have these issues in life that we all deal with. So I think the weather, those issues are there. You know, one of the other important questions that you're asking again around the financial viability and what's a long-term perspective here. You know, within our bio here, which you guys have within the packet here, it references our our partnership with Major League Baseball Players Association and with the union. That's a newer initiative for the union itself to better their game of baseball and youth baseball. And within that is also fast pitch. So the girls game as well. So there is, along with the trends and the macro trends that John had mentioned, we're also very familiar and very intimate with the plans of the union and where they're taking and where they want to take their sport and their considerable resources that they're putting behind that, and with the commitment that they have there through their leadership. And so that's something that when you think about this model of high school sports and the financial capabilities there, and a lot of companies that are out there swimming around in that, that means there's big business in there, and there is. There's also coming in players like the union that doesn't like that. And they want to see a more fair playing ground. They want to see their sport taken care of in a little bit different way. They want to see more developmental opportunities within their sport. So when you start having that kind of input coming in versus the virtuous cycle, let's take another dollar from a family, now you're starting to start moving the game a little differently. And so that's bringing another stabilizing factor for the long-term perspective of the game, which you can play that all the way through to creating fans from the early experiences and kind of that cycle as it grows through. That's what those folks, that's the initiatives that they're running there as well. That kind of bolster to some of the questions you're asking.
Okay. And so I guess, you know, coming into this, I'd understood this to be more of a regional youth traveling baseball, but I hear you talking about teams for Canada, the Major League Baseball. I mean, what are we talking about here? Are we attracting national, international tournaments, or
no,
what is the even like?
It's going to be regional, but again, we live in a big country and it's a big industry.
Okay.
And so having leverage within the industry, because these larger travel sanctioning organizations, remember, all of them have a national championship.
Okay.
All of them have a regional championship. All of them have a weekend, whatever the day of the week is, championship of whatever it is. And then there's qualifying events that if you don't play in this one, you can't get to that one. Hey, you got to come play over here or you're never going to make it to that one. So there's a lot of that.
So it's a much larger catchment area than,
Absolutely. And so
Okay.
calling it a regional tournament where we're going to fill up 8 fields of capacity in your community with some high quality playing, these kids may not all be D1. Nobody ever is in a baseball team. I guess go down to Florida a little bit, maybe a little bit of California, but that's not even really true. So you're going to have a lot of kids that are going to have opportunities to find the team that's right for them. And that's really what will happen in a regional tournament environment when you're bringing in sanctioning bodies. But just because you have a sanctioning group coming in and help doesn't mean it's the same. Because they may not give you that best tournament. They may put that one over there. So there's still a negotiation and leverage that has to be brought to the table here that's beyond your community. And that's where we can be helpful. And that's what we're bringing to the table.
okay. And last question, I'm sorry for taking so many. There was a question about shared risk. And in one of the building stability sensitivity analyses, there's a shown loss, and that would be absorbed by the city tax levy. And I see you talking about potential upsides, right? But like, what risk are you sharing in this pro forma as designed today?
So, yeah, I think the first one is that we actually really love.
Can you step just a little
I would say,
closer? There we go.
Yes, I'd say it's my quiet voice. Yeah, I'd say the first thing is that we really love what we do. If we do a bad job, we don't get to do it anymore. A bad day of my family. So that'd be first. So there's reputational risk for our organization and the great people that work within our company. So that's first and foremost. As a leader in the industry, we don't plan to lose. We don't plan to lose with you guys, and we haven't been losing for 10 years. So we're going to keep up our good streak of doing things the right way with the values and delivering, as we say. So as the rest of the structure of the operating agreement comes together, then I think all these things are going to be discussed and to understand the right balance of performance, right? Because we're talking about performance and delivering here, right?
Sure.
And so we understand that.
Okay.
And so, and we're looking forward to getting into those conversations and further working through that.
And I appreciate you coming here today. Honestly, to date, we've been mostly looking at schematics, designs, and I don't know anything about your company until predating really this packet.
Sure.
I just know that what we're proposing here is a $65 million publicly owned amenity that, your reputational risk, right, is your own. But at the end of the day, if this doesn't work out, you've got some reputational harm. We've got a $65 million facility.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Understood.
Councilmember Wall.
Thank you. I think most of Mr. Spot's comments dealt with youth baseball and how it is ascending. Girls' youth softball is just exploding. We attend many of those tournaments, and it's not infrequent that we see tournament players from Illinois and Nebraska and Colorado. Even though they're regional tournaments, they're coming from a great distance to play. This past Thursday, my wife and I were in the Twin Cities for an arts event as opposed to a baseball game. And we decided that we would stay overnight at a hotel in Bloomington. And the place was full of girls' softball teams that were there for the Monster tournament. And I don't know how many teams Highland, Illinois brought, but I'm sure I saw 100 girls with that same uniform on. One time we got in an elevator and I saw a familiar uniform. And I asked who she was, and she gave me her name. Turns out she's played hockey with my granddaughter, who also plays youth softball. I mean, so the place was just full and vibrant with these softball teams, this very big hotel in Bloomington. My question is, and I don't think that either of you dealt with that particular line in the presentation, that an approved operator, should it be this fall, would likely be working already on tournaments for 2027 to ensure that the first year is a good year, that you're not going to wait until December of 26 and say, well, golly, we should do something. Yes?
Yes, so in talking with city management, our goal is to get an operating agreement in place by October. And that will give us then ample time, like enough time to begin working with sanctioning bodies and so forth to put together the plans for April 2027. So we hit the ground running. So yeah, it's definitely time to get moving on that.
No, and when we talk about will there be a dearth of teams? How many traveling teams does Rochester have? Different levels of 10U softball, different U's of 12U, baseball, all those. I mean, even if we held a 14U tournament, that only takes one small subset of teams out of the region where all the other teams are going someplace else. Do you find that?
Yes, we leveraging our base to attract teams from the Twin Cities, from western Wisconsin, from northern part of Iowa. The whole region here that's the first order of business, is to work through those networks. The staffing that will be hired here is for the most part going to be local staffing with local connection, local networks. That would be the first call of order, is to have that type of staffing involved here. This is a community project, and that's, the people will be living in this community.
Thank you.
Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, thanks. When I come to this again, and we come with the idea, we have been seeing the schematics, we've been trying to see this, and then this sort of question is this realistic or not? But before I start getting into that, I try to think of what does the city really want to get out of this? And then what does Sports Academy want to get out of it? And how do you do that sort of contracting? And from my perspective, the city comes to you with this asset. And what we want out of it is we want it to contribute to our local economy. We wanted to open up additional fields and opportunities for our residents. And we wanted to stay off our tax rolls. Okay, so that's kind of what we want coming here. From my perspective, you guys come here with this industry expertise, with this reputation for trying to being good asset managers. But you also come here with the idea that you want to make money at this. And so that's my basis of how we came together. What am I missing, or do you think I have the right perspective on what's happening here?
I think you have the right perspective for sure. And, the proposal is to have a base fee, which, at that base fee, we're basically like, maybe not even covering costs, but it's sustainable, and we're here, we want to do it. And then a percent of revenue once that base fee gets above that.
So
that aligns our incentives.
And this is what I wanted to get into. So just so I understand, we're reviewing your pro forma. This is numbers you're bringing to us. In my view, you're trying to give us a sense of, we understand what's happening here. And that should be helpful for us. But at the end of the day, who is taking the profit and loss risk on that operational model?
It's a city-owned facility, and almost all of the profit and almost all and if there is a loss, then all the loss is being taken by the city because it's a city asset, city-owned property.
Then I need to understand how you make money. If the losses come to us, why wouldn't the profits come to us?
They do, like.
Okay, so you're taking a management fee, you're managing an asset for us as opposed to taking the risk.
Yeah, so on the pro forma, management fee and incentives, that's what's in on that line of it. You can see, you can see that if it gets down to 25% of facility, that management fee dramatically drops.
Yep.
And then it gets down to a base fee for us in terms of like, we're going to have several areas of our staff helping out here. HR side, financial side, ourselves, and me is especially spending a lot of time on the project, and love doing it. Yeah, I've loved my time here in the city and love the people. that I've
Administrator
worked with
Zones,
here.
did you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I think you've touched on something that's important, and we did skip a slide because it was a little bit of an odd space within the presentation. But part of the challenge that we face is that we've continued to move forward with this, and we have operators at risk here who have helped us to design a facility that can be competitive in the way there is competition in this field. You can't just say, come here and have your tournament. There's a lot of work that will have to go into making sure that this pro forma works. And I think what's critical here is if we continue to move forward, which is what we have continued to march down in this direction, that we would finalize the negotiations and be able to talk through, are there unique things that the city would like to see within that operating contract? And I'll tell you that that's a very low fee compared to what you raised as a comparison across the street at the Civic Center. And so it's a little bit of a reverse model where we're getting instead of like the Civic Center, we get 5% of gross sales over a certain amount. In this scenario, the basic concept, which has not been negotiated, is that all of the revenue over expense is staying with this facility for reinvestment in the facility. So if they make only 50% of what they've projected, which I don't know why someone would project that and enter into an agreement where they only receive $200 and something thousand a year and fail when they have other facilities that they own and operate. So their reputation of the facility they own and operate would also be significantly at risk, which is millions of dollars, I would imagine. And so all of those things come together and we say, are there unique things in here that we would like to see happen? So I think it was a pretty high revenue one that doesn't even show up in the 5-year pro forma before they start getting the incentive, like any significant amount of incentive that changes your bottom line as a nonprofit company. And as they've pointed out, they want to have conversations. This is the chicken and the egg. In order to fully build this out and understand all of the other uses that come because you're able to bring the tournament revenue, they need some agency here to be able to continue to talk to the community. They haven't rushed out and tried to like sell the community on something because they don't want to do that ahead of the city council saying, yes, we think this could be a good partnership. Let's move forward and talk to all of the different potential users. Softball, as was mentioned here today, the rectangular fields, other potential programming that could happen at the facility that has never been brought up to date, because we've been talking about how could we make something work that is going to be built to a standard where you can be competitive to bring that in, bring the 75 to 85% of revenue so you can build out all of the community programming. That's what we've been talking about. And so I'm grateful that we've been able to get to this point to have the conversation. But part of why they can't answer all of the questions is because they have respectfully not gone to the community and had that secondary conversation beyond some of the first one, because yes, we have an exclusive negotiating right with them, but we haven't gotten like the general nod to keep moving forward so we can bring you a final document.
Oh, thank you for that. It's good clarification. One thing that I can get concerned with is too, with this idea of an operator and then like an ownership somewhere else, and the city has many examples of that, is how do we ensure that the asset is maintained to keep its value? Is there incentives for that? Or is it just, if we're making enough, we have assets, we have reinvestment, but if we're not, it starts degrading? I don't know, Ben, if that's a better question for you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So that's part of kind of that continuum of private, public, and where we're going to land with operations, is that the city would be actively involved with that capital improvement and management of the asset over time. So, we wouldn't just be asking to have an agreement approved and then, we just kind of walk away from it. We would still be engaged with our facility team and parks team to make sure we're keeping track of the facility and that things are operating well, both from the capital and infrastructure side, but as well as the programming and access side and all those other things that we would be want to be very engaged in.
Thank you. I have two other fairly technical small questions, but I saw something in the pro forma talking about housing income and $5 per room. Is that something that that is generally done? Or is there like logistics and mechanics in place for tournament hotel rooms would provide this $5 per room back to, and it would end up with Sports Academy? How does that work?
Sure, I can answer that one too, just from my 12 years of working with Rochester Sports. So that is a typical arrangement that's made for kind of that
Blocks-
whole
blocks.
environment is you know, go and get some preferred hotels, and as part of that, they're willing to give you a little bit of rebate to help with the tournament budget
Okay.
overall. So that's all to be negotiated, but that's a pretty standard.
And it leads to the other question that'd be more for the city. What role does the hospitality tax play in this, or is it a possible source of payments for this, or is it totally separate from what we're talking about today?
I would maybe defer
Gonna
to
take that one.
someone else on that one. I mean, I can take a stab at it.
Mr. Parrish, are you gonna tackle it?
If it's not understood yet, that's okay, but I just want to understand it.
Yeah, Your Honor, I think you have the opportunity here to evaluate your current relationship with Rochester Sports. I know we are in that conversation now in terms of the renewal agreement there. I mean, I think that's part of the ecosystem, and I think as part of this assessment and the negotiation of the agreement, we want to understand roles and responsibilities for who's doing what to bring tournaments to the community. And obviously Rochester Sports covers a wide range of tournaments and, you know, part of that ecosystem. But I think, you know, certainly we could consider our allocation there and how it works into this agreement and facility as well too.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of it as a funding source for these sort of agreements. So I'll just float that. I think we're way too early to be talking about that level of detail. But no, I appreciate you guys being here today, trying to add some light to this. We have our own debates within our city about, are we building the right asset and that, but that's a different debate that we need to have. It's when it comes down to that, if we build this, how are we going to manage it? It's an important thing to get straightened out. Thank you.
Councilmember Doring.
Yeah, I as one of the council members who really requested financial information as we decide if we're going forward with this project or not, I really thank you for your hard work to produce this information in a couple weeks to get into our hands. So thank you for being here. I do have some questions, and I think they're city questions more than questions for you. So what happens if we just say we're pausing on this and we're not ready to, what are the ramifications of just saying, we just need to take a break?
You've spent about $6.2 million moving in this direction, and you've purchased land. And if you take a break, you lose 1 year of construction, and you lose at least $3 million of value. So the facility schematic for outdoor facility that you looked at is I will just say, I would almost guarantee you that you don't get to build that. You get to build some different version of that, which is less.
Some different version of an outdoor facility if we decide to build an outdoor facility at all.
And what we looked at for an indoor facility is more than what you're looking at for an outdoor facility, because you have to build all of the in-ground infrastructure, no matter where that is, utilities, site work, et cetera. So you need to figure out how you're going to fund probably $20 to $30 million beyond 65 million.
I understand that argument. I really do.
I don't want people to think that if we redesign something, like what we have shown and what we have designed already based on what came forward in the community engagement that said we would like to have something really spectacular for every single sport, which was what we always showed was a sports program focus indoor and outdoor facility. If you want, and based on the premise that it was going to operate in a way where it wouldn't have significant subsidy from the property tax levy, that's a very different project than what I was talking about during sales tax, which is fine. I just don't want people to go into that thinking that you immediately get a community center. We have no design for a community center.
Yep.
Never designed a community center.
Yep, and I appreciate that clarification. I think the issue I'm having and the space I find myself, the position I find myself in this evening is hearing an overwhelming amount of communication from members of the community saying that they gave feedback and understood that they were voting for an indoor facility, not an outdoor facility, not a facility that was meeting the needs of everything. So I heard you just say, Administrator Zelms, that it was a facility to meet both indoor and outdoor needs. I hear that now that we're pivoting towards outdoor needs, and I hear from community members that they had an understanding for indoor needs. So there's a mix-up of information somewhere, and I'm trying to balance that clarification in my own mind and trying to understand where that disconnect is, right? So that's where it's confusing to me, and I'm just trying to do the best job I can to serve the community and provide the best community asset possible. So I want to ask you a question. Earlier in your presentation, you had said that no particular entity was going to be given priority as we were moving forward in this process, but we've spent now an hour and 15 minutes talking about baseball tournaments or ball tournaments, and we haven't talked about anything else other than tournaments. So I have a hard time understanding how we're not giving tournaments priority. I understand that tournaments are going to fund the facility, but because tournaments are going to fund the facility, don't we have to give them priority, which then means that we have to give them priority to make this work?
Sure. I may not have been clear earlier. I guess I was comparing it to what our existing facilities are, where we have a specific group that has a priority usage timeframe. Where in this, it would be our kind of in-house staff that would be scheduling, and yes, the whole pro forma, as you just mentioned, for the last hour plus has been on, how would we set up the pro forma to help it maintain affordable rates during the week, would be that tournament usage on the weekends. So it would be running tournaments on the weekends, very true, but we wouldn't have that perhaps a priority group that would have priority time on the weeknight practices or daytime practices or other things that are going on.
And thank you for that clarification. I think we also need to be clear that we have also mentioned in the presentation and in the discussion that it wouldn't just be weekend tournaments, because we've also mentioned 3-day tournaments and 4-day tournaments, and in this discussion, 5-day tournaments, which is beyond weekend dates, right? So that would be Thursday evenings, sometimes Wednesday evenings, and I also heard Mondays, which would then necessitate community not having access to those ball fields, correct?
Yeah, the majority of them would be in that 3-day format. So
Yep.
Friday would be starting. Most of the community programs that are out there are running Monday through Thursdays. I believe the information on a Monday game would be a Monday daytime game, kind of your championship game during the day that day, and then teams are leaving. So Monday evenings would still be an opportunity for the local use.
And then have we talked with the hospitality industry about the fact that we were programming tournaments when our number one industry in this community had reduced usage rate of hotel rooms, and the fact that if we expand those tournament dates out, then we're going to rub into having more usage in those hotel spaces? And where are people going to stay?
Sure. So the majority of the teams would be here on those nights that are lower occupancy,
Okay. Friday
nights, Saturday nights. If you had championship games on Monday, there's going to be a few teams left for that, but it's not going to be the bulk of teams who have left. In my experience of the tournaments, there's certainly events that have been run in the community that are longer. We've done AAU girls basketball nationals that are here for 7 days long, and we're able, to make it fit. It just raises occupancy, fairly high during that week of time, but the bulk of the tournament attendees and hotel users are going to be on those Friday and Saturday nights.
I'm just trying to look at things from all angles, right? So I also see in the pro forma pickleball usage rate. I'm just going to go there too. Why would someone pay $5 a day to play pickleball when you can play pickleball for free at other places in the community? So I have questions about that rate. You have scheduled rectangular field tournament income in the pro forma. Can you really run a tournament on 2 rectangular fields? How does that generate tournament income? So I just have lots of more minute questions, and I appreciate that we haven't reached out to those communities to really navigate that. But that's all information that I feel like I need to say, hey, are we moving forward in the right direction, right? So I don't know if I feel equipped to make those decisions. It's not gonna stop saying, hey, let's continue to move forward, but I still have big questions, I guess. That's where I'm at this evening. So I wanna answer that question, are we moving in the right direction? I don't know. That's how I'm gonna answer that this evening.
First of all, I see that Councilmember Doring has kind of gone to our conclusion. I want to be respectful of Mr. Bolt and our visitors. Are there additional questions for Mr. Bolt? Councilmember Fredericks.
Yes, I do. How you doing, Mr. Bolt?
Good.
Good.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. You're in the hot seat here for a while. Just a quick question. We went to this type of arrangement for the first phase of this because it has the highest likelihood of being sustainable, meaning profitable to actually pay for this facility and get on its feet the quickest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And that's the way I've understood it since the beginning. There hasn't been a lot of confusion on that. I do like the idea of offering programming, but I do know this, taxpayers don't want things coming back in their lap in lieu of tax levy. So to have something that can sustain itself and then subsidize other things in the future, it does make sense to me. So I do get what you're doing here. And I have other questions when you're done, when he's done.
Could you expand on the $5 pickleball and the
Yes.
community?
Yep. So our thought process has been that with the higher caliber courts also being lighted courts, we don't have lighted courts other places for pickleball in Rochester now, that there would be enough interest there. I think as we talked earlier about existing facilities, we have the Cook Park courts where there's priority time for RAPA. So a community member who wants to play during those times can struggle to get onto a court and play there. So again, this is an opportunity where a group could get together and reserve a court at a certain time that's their preferred time. There would be a little bit of a fee for that, but it would give them the time they wanted and the reliability of being able to go get on that court when they want to. So I think that is the rationale behind that. Getting to the rectangles, as the Sports Academy team shared, that rectangle field revenue, it was just based on an hourly rental rate. So whether that was a tournament or a series of games that happened at that time, perhaps 2 teams coming that meet here in Rochester because it'll be a more reliable surface with the artificial turf and the lights and those types of things. They didn't build the revenue, and we've been working on this together to be a larger revenue margin like we would have when we're running an in-house tournament. It's more just based on that hourly rental. So I guess, yeah, just trying to get back to a couple of those specific questions.
Councilmember Fredericks, more questions for?
I'll have some for the Selms.
After.
Yep, when he's done.
Okay, questions for Mr. Bolt? Councilmember Wall.
Yes, my understanding of the sales tax is that it is of necessity a regional asset.
That is true.
That, community members have contacted all of us. Sounds like a lot of them would like a replacement for the YMCA. Sales tax money cannot go to replace a community center, correct?
That is the way I understand the legislation, correct?
So
It has to have a regional impact.
As I would understand it then, that this economic driver for the community is an asset, of necessity, a regional asset that for many days a week will benefit the community. Would that be fair?
I would say that is fair, yes. As I mentioned, we're looking at those tournament dates on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and that will help to subsidize lower fees during the week when community members and community teams can be utilizing the assets out at the facility.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you have a question? I'll go next. So I want to get back to, and thank you very much for all the information on the regional sports complex. And that really is, even though it has community aspects to it, it really is a sports tourism model. So I want to kind of get back to my original questions, which were the partnerships that we have for community space, parks and rec across Rochester. And the mayor mentioned RCTC. Can you talk a little bit more about the partnerships that we have with RCTC, both with the fields, the rectangular fields, the ball fields, and then we do have something of a unique relationship with them on the field house, which has, I believe, 8 basketball courts.
Yep. So certainly happy to share more information there. They're each a little bit different. So the field house and performance court, so there's 6 basketball courts in that facility. And then the stadium, the regional sports stadium there, those are both managed by RCTC. So their staff schedules it and manages and does the maintenance on those facilities. That's part of that agreement. Also part of that agreement is allocated time that RCTC has access to the facilities, and then time that's dedicated for community time. So for example, in the field house on the evenings and weekends, that is when the community can be in there. Like Parks and Rec, we run our adult basketball programs out of there. Other community groups rent court space in the field house for evening activities or weekend activities or weekend tournaments. On the outdoor fields, so those are still on state property, so they're still part of that agreement, but the city, Parks and Rec, manages the schedules there, and there is a little bit of time allocated to RCTC, so they have teams that participate in those sports, being soccer and baseball and softball. So when they're in season, they have a field that's dedicated to their use, so they can have their practices and games for that. But the other fields that are there are available for Parks and Rec to schedule community use. And many of those are, again, in that partnership realm. Like the example before about Rochester Youth Baseball, that's on state property. And one of the fields is used by RCTC during the spring season, but the other 5 fields of baseball fields there are utilized by Rochester Youth Baseball. In the spring, I also schedule high school games to happen there, or other games. So a variety of uses are there, but Rochester Youth Baseball being the primary community group that uses those fields. And it'd be similar on the soccer, the football, or the softball fields out at that facility.
So with the field house, which RCTC manages, and we as a city have use for our residents after hours, do you think there is opportunity there for greater partnership, greater community use if that facility went through some kind of a rehab?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think that's a good question. I'm a little hesitant to answer just because RCTC staff isn't here to provide their feedback on it as well. You know, I think there is potential there. You know, I think they've gone through a few different facility managers out there over the last few years. So, you know, I think they're looking for ways to continue to re-engage with the community. I think there is opportunity for some additional utilization there. But that being said, you know, it has been a good community asset over the several years that it's existed, and there's been a lot of good activities and programs happening there.
Thank you. Councilmember Miller.
So I just wanted to acknowledge, I know there are a lot of community requests that no facility, no matter the type, nor location within Rochester is going to meet the needs and expectations of everybody. And yet, we have a parks and recreation system with indoor amenities, outdoor amenities, trails connecting them, roadway infrastructure. So I would ultimately like to hear a better case for how some of those needs that we're hearing maybe aren't met exclusively at this facility, but like broadly are meeting improved access to recreation. And so with that said, I want to ask about some of these specific economic factors of this. And looking at the staff expense analysis, there are 9 full-time jobs listed. So it's creating 9 jobs. It's creating lodging tax revenues. And so my question is, how can those be used? Perhaps
Just
Administrator
wanted to
Dell.
make sure you weren't going to have a Palmer length list.
No, I'll go one by one. What is the
So-
flexibility of the
Member
lodging?
Palmer has been awfully quiet so far. So
So,
let's not pick on him anymore.
so there, when you're talking about economic generation, there's any economic generation pro forma I put out there, someone will put holes in as well, but you can generally consider that as you're going across the community, when you have people coming in, even local people that are playing in a regional tournament locally, they stay within that complex during the day and they're with their friends and they're part of those dollars that aren't just at concessions, but also are nearby. And so sometimes they're hosting their friends if they don't want to stay in the hotel. So I would just say that depending on how successful it is, although again, in a very conservative pro forma, it's anticipated to have revenue over expenses in the first year, you would be able to consider, you could have either some models say 1.5, sometimes say up to 3 times as much of the spending that's happening within the facility is indirect and direct economic generation within a community, because you do have additional retail, you have additional like service provider related to these types of events, and of course the lodging tax, which you pointed out. The lodging tax in Rochester is a little bit flexible. We've dedicated a portion, the 3% is funding the sports, I always get the name wrong, Rochester Sports. How they're part of operating existing tournaments, the operation of the Civic Center facility and that operating model that Councilmember Keen mentioned earlier. And then anything above and beyond that goes back to the facility in order to operate it. There's also a 4% lodging tax that's dedicated to continue to pay off the investment in the Civic Center. And as recently as a couple of months ago, we understand that we can continue that to reinvest in the Civic Center. So provide some opportunities in the future. Also, that current lodging tax is really being driven by, in the week, during the week, a Mayo visitor. So how much you're receiving per room night, how busy you need to be to operate a hotel in the Black is really dependent on a weeknight here in Rochester, which is very unique to most communities. Most communities would never have 6,000 hotel rooms of a community of our size, and most communities are building those for the weekend. So we also have a lower average daily rate for hotel rooms on the weekend, which is advantageous to traveling sports. So if you're able to fill up further on the weekend, you should see an uptick in your lodging tax, which is just under the existing lodging tax revenue, going to continue to increase your revenue. And that you should be focusing on reinvesting in generating economic activity that's related to visitation, tourism, and things of that sort. So reinvesting in facilities, investing in facilities, those types of things. So the way that we have it set up in the budget is if you get additional lodging tax, it's committed to right now the Civic Center, because that's the main driver of non-Mayo revenue. And then in the future, I think that you have options to be looking at when is that revenue coming in. And we have Smith Travel Research reports that will tell us what our occupancy is on the weekend, what the average daily rates are, and how that's moving the needle.
Okay. It will also generate sales tax, which is committed to these projects.
Correct.
And it will generate some hospitality jobs as well, part-time most likely. But I guess what I'm curious about is then to those recreational needs that have been identified in the community engagement work, is there any economic generation from this project that gives us some ability to meet some of those?
I would argue that the lodging tax provides you some flexibility depending on how you're looking at the long term and when the debt is resolved at the Civic Center, which we have been collecting more than what we had anticipated in the financials for repayment of that. It's not like in a year, but there is some potential there to have a conversation about that. And I mean, if we do see an uptick in lodging tax, then there is the potential to look at that, but you also want to make sure that the sensitivity that you've talked about today, that we're not hedging on something that has a future downturn because of whatever happens.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I just want us to be clear to the community what success of this model then gives us flexibility to do. And at best, maybe we can invest in some of those other areas, but we can't guarantee it.
Correct, and I can't guarantee that but 4 or 8 years from now, that there won't be completely different ideas sitting here. So, I wish I could, but I don't have the crystal ball of how the community is going to continue to adjust and change. We didn't have the crystal ball when we were talking about square fields, that people would tell us that actually they weren't going to be able to utilize all of the hours for that, and that Blaine would build 10 artificial turf courts in the midst of our talking about a sales tax. Courts, excuse me, that was a very improper sport word, fields for soccer. So that can continue to change, and the desires of the community and the council can continue to change, and we can continue, as was directed in February, to look at what our opportunities are for phase 2. There might be a world where, if there's better communication about indoor opportunities that already exist, and there's re-engagement, although we're trying to hit a opening date that doesn't end up costing you more to build, whatever you build, that we could be looking at something different than what was designed as like, and there will be people who, as you aptly pointed out, don't like that. But indoor tournament level sport facility is what we had designed. And so if there's something different and the council desires to go in a different direction with that, and we re-engage and there's something different and you still have to figure out how to fund that I'm open to that. I just don't want there to be, I don't want people to think the trade-offs are within our current financial dollars viable for indoor. The indoor just keeps going up.
Well, and I just want to make totally clear what the potential community benefits are to folks who have reached out and said, I don't see this as the project I envisioned. And no matter what project, we're going to get some comments, but I do think it's striking how universal those comments seem. And so I'm just trying to get down to an understanding of what potential community benefits there are. And are there those that aren't well documented here, right? But it really does sound like this is to create a sustainable baseball complex that is successful in a tournament model that is at least regional, perhaps national. And there is some general economic activity that comes from that, but it's not easily quantified.
I mean, we could pay to quantify it, but
Discussion or,
Just
okay.
yeah, that's
okay. Mayor Norton.
Yeah, I'm just going to add in, you're not surprised about my approach because it's been the same for the last 3 years. The community wants something that is focused on them as phase 1. They're fine with a phase 2, but they want something that puts them at the heart of this, not just simply talking about economic development, because that's not what they thought they were voting for. So I'm going to start with that. For me, phase 1 is a community-centered something that can also be competitive if you can make that happen. The second point, this is Rochester, Minnesota, and I've just come back from South Korea where I watched them build something for economic development that was a summer sport. They have winter like we do most of the year, and their economic development is 2 months out of a year. Why not focus on something indoors so that we can see economic development all year long rather than just 2 or 3 months, primarily in the summer? I get really frustrated when I hear about the regional piece of this too. And I'm just going to stop and say, I really appreciate your presentation. This is not about you at all. Just please know that. So, whether you're the right group, it sounds like you'd be perfect, and that's not my issue. My issue is with what we're building, who we're building it for, and what's the right thing for Rochester, not just the biggest moneymaker for Rochester, right? So I think we could have other types of indoor sports that maybe aren't going to make quite as much, but we could do it, in the summer months, but we could do it all year long and stretch out that economic development through a full year. I think that would be smart and wise. But the regional component, the RCTC grounds, which has potential for a phase 1 first approach if we wanted to use it, has 7 baseball diamonds, as I said, but it also has indoor facilities. Basketball is something this community has been asking for some time. And we look at that every day. That says regional. That actually has the name. And I've talked to Allison about this from the beginning, a regional sports complex. We already have one. We need to find a different name for this dang thing. So we have a regional sports complex that we could enhance and fix up. And that was needing to be regional too. And it is perfectly acceptable to the legislature. So I think we can't just throw out regional as if that has some magic meaning. Because as some of our legislators have told us, if that's a catch, we're happy to change that verbiage. That's not a big deal to us. It is something that the community is going to benefit from, as well as be economically viable. So I want to just say those things because we've all heard from this community. As mayor, it's my job to speak for all 127,000 of our residents. I have been trying to do that for 3 years, saying, we keep forgetting them. We keep forgetting them. And that's who our focus should be. The rest of it's great, nothing wrong with it, but we're putting them second. They don't want to be second. They want to be our primary focus. And so if we can't pause on this and do it right, they're going to push back. And they're already pushing back, but they're going to push back further. And I think it's incumbent upon us to do it. We shouldn't have to make them knock us on the head.
Mr. Bolt, you can sit down. Councilmember Fredericks?
All right. That feel good to sit down? All right, good. All right. Administrator Zelms, I just have a few quick questions for you here. First of all, I think it's important to remember that when this was voted for, 48% did vote no. That is a lot of voices that didn't want it from the very beginning. So we're going to hear those voices louder now than ever. It's important to remember that, I think, too. Only 52, I believe those numbers are right, correct? 52, 48? All right. So I think it's important to remember that. So now that a sales tax referendum passed, regardless of anyone's expectations or preferences, the city must build a sport complex with the $65 million. Is that correct?
The language in the legislation says $65 million for a sports and recreation complex.
Yep. Okay. This is an obvious question, but I'm just going to say it. Do you understand why some of the voters may feel misled?
Yes, and I think I tried to articulate that in the beginning. However, I do just want to point out, based on some of the things that I'm hearing today, everything that was within the original conceptual plan, that was a 5% conceptual plan, was very clearly oriented towards sports and sports tourism, indoor and outdoor. It's unfortunate the way they priced that. Even when we were talking about this, it was always a phased approach because what the community discussed and designed, if you could let me answer the question with actual information, I would really appreciate it because this is factual, accurate information.
I'm sorry, Ms. Zelms has the floor, and as council members and others on the dais, we should give her the respect of listening. Go ahead.
I can appreciate why when we went and did the community outreach and there was people who wanted to have a walking, an elevated walking, people that wanted to have multi-use indoor. There were people that wanted to have it just be basketball. There were people that wanted to maximize and thought, okay, we could probably make this into multi-use. There were people that wanted to have, I don't even know how many courts indoor of pickleball. All of it was always shown as needing to be phased, and the outdoor was always shown as not phased. And so I'm not saying that people should have known all of those things, but in the presentations that we were doing, we were always talking about it from that perspective. And whenever we were asked if it was a replacement for the YMCA, we were very clear that that was never. There was conversations at this dais at the time with different people here, and that is not what advanced, and that's not anything that we designed. I can appreciate the people's desire to do that, and that some of that was showing up in the comments and responses. However, that was not what we were tasked with doing. We were tasked with bringing something forward that was going to be able to operate, and what we did hear from people is they didn't want it to be on the tax levy. Now, is that realistic completely? It depends on what you're trying to accomplish. And those are decisions that the city council makes all the time. However, what we designed and then what we actually got engineering costs on and what we came forward with in January and February of this year, unfortunately, thank you for running for office, was double in order to actually be able to build it to the standards at which people wanted to be able to use it, both for recreational amenity and tourism. And the indoor tourism and recreational components did not pencil very well, which is not surprising considering there's about $750,000 a year of levy that goes to your recreation center right now, which is much smaller than what we're talking about. So those are conversations that can be had, but we were always moving forward with this under the assumptions that it was going to be a regional sports complex that was focused on outdoor with indoor amenities. We moved through the community engagement process, and there was a significant number of people who wanted more indoor, which is reasonable to want. But I cannot build you something that's 120 to 130 million dollars for 65 million dollars.
Right.
I would not be doing my job if I was telling you that that
Right.
was realistic.
And Councilmember Palmer brought up a good point several weeks ago. He said the YMCA closed. And it is unfortunate it did. My family went there, I went there, but it did close. It didn't sustain. It couldn't keep its head above water. So that's a point that needs to be remembered as well. The tax money, the sales tax money is only for establishing the facility and can't be used for ongoing operations, correct?
Yes, the current legislation requires that it be for capital and not for operations. That changed in the 2016 timeframe.
If the facility has an operating deficit, we already went over this, it will be covered by property tax levy.
That is a future decision for council. What we would be doing is building an operating agreement where we would be checking in every single month to understand how is this operating? Are you able to bring it in? And if we said, no, you can't, you know, you need to lay people off, this isn't gonna
I
work.
shouldn't have really brought that question up
Yeah.
because Councilmember Miller actually hit on that pretty good earlier. So, but if the sports complex is successful in hosting the many tournaments throughout the year and the many families coming from far enough away that they may stay in the Rochester hotels, that will likely result in the sports complex not needing an operations subsidy and will provide economic benefit to the Rochester area. We went over that already. So that's a yes. With further study, it's been determined that an outdoor facility with rectangular fields would not be successful in drawing tournaments. He addressed that, and that is correct. Okay. With further study, has been determined that our best chance at financial viability is the baseball and softball. We keep forgetting to bring that up. Baseball and softball fields. We went over that. That is correct. All right. When the community gives feedback on their desired use of the facility, it is fair to say that much of the feedback does not consider financial viability and the impact on our property taxes in the future. And that is one thing that I hear without give, that people do not want their property taxes to go up. And especially in the business community right now, it's getting whacked hard. So having something that's viable is extremely important. Putting a pause in the project would obviously make costs go up, and we have an obligation to do a project. Were other, no offense, gentlemen, you did a nice job tonight. Were other vendors considered to operate the facility besides the Sports Academy? And why was Sports Academy chosen, or in the, let's call them in the bullpen?
Sports reference. We did a competitive process for the operator at risk, and we, I believe, had 3 proposals. It may have been 4, but that has now been almost a year and a half. And so we went through the competitive process, reviewed what the costs were, the expertise of the different groups, and we felt strongly that based on what we were trying to accomplish and what had been discussed over a period of time, that this would be the best group to bring forward. They came forward in partnership with Oakview Group, and over time, as we've moved more to an outdoor focus for phase 1, it's become clear that the main focus really would be best served by continuing to negotiate with Sports Academy. And so OVG has provided, I don't remember what it's called, a letter of release. And so
I can't do any more acronyms tonight.
they are going, it's not an acronym, letter of release of some sort, but it's completely fine with them that we continue the exclusive negotiating period with Sports Academy. And I think you can see that they have a lot of experience operating sports-focused facilities, and that's what this has become, an outdoor sports-focused facility. And OVG really operates more indoor facilities, concessions, and things of that nature. And that's based on the direction we're moving. We don't think you need to add that cost to your project.
Thank you. I have one question for the president.
Oh.
May I use the bathroom?
You may use the bathroom, and you have your own personal rights here.
Thank you, sir.
But I'm hoping to take a break after we're completed with this topic. Councilmember Miller.
This just final point on the community benefit. It's in the news that in North Minneapolis, there's a proposal that's moving forward for an 8,000 seat outdoor amphitheater concert venue. striking that in that story and in that negotiation, there is a portion of every ticket sold that's being redeveloped, reinvested into the surrounding community via community partners that's built into their pro forma. So I think that we would do well to build out some case for the people who are reaching out, who are saying, how is this helping me? How is it helping meet my needs for recreational access for my kids? How is it benefiting the community? And that is part of where we are right now in developing an operating model. So that would be my strong preference, that we find some way to meet some of these needs. And I agree with Mayor Norton that we cannot leave the community behind. 48% of people voted no, but I'm hearing from a lot of people that say I voted yes. So I just want that to be really clear in the community and in this, like, how do we move a project forward that's in conjunction with the community? And I know that this project continued before we had the discussion of foundational principles and strategic priorities, but we built in inclusive decision-making into aspects of both of those. And this is, I think, a key project that now moves forward. It's not yet built. It doesn't yet have an operating model that has to contemplate some of those foundational principles that we as a whole council have been very clear and that we want it to happen with the community. So will be just my final point and question of the night.
Is that a question or it's a point?
It looks like Administrator Zelms might.
I don't know if it's a question or a point. I'm waiting to hear.
It can be a question if you want. Otherwise, it can just be a comment.
Well, I'll weigh in, and to the points that I think I heard from other council members, I have heard from over 100 of our neighbors in the last week. And I will tell you that they run the gamut. They are across the spectrum. Yes, a lot of them voted for this and are feeling like their expectations weren't met. Nothing against the Sports Academy and the sports tourism model. And I think what I heard tonight made me feel good about that model and the potential of that, and the potential, as Councilmember Miller said, of having some additional sources of revenue here in Rochester. But when the numbers didn't work out and we got the phase one, and it kept the sports tourism piece, and it really feels like the community piece has been taken out of it. And so and this evening, that's why I really focused on those partnerships that we have across sports and rec, because I do believe here in this community, it's a model that is built into our culture of working with the clubs and associations. And there is a lot of benefit to that, but there is some disadvantages, which makes members of the community feel like there are barriers to access for them. And so I really want us to look at our model of partnerships and really incorporate some terms that speak to that access, and recruiting, marketing, and sliding fee schedules, and scholarships, free service, and actively promoting that, not just saying we have it, and working as a city to promote that with the associations that we have partnerships and agreements with. The second point, and I think Mayor Norton brought it up, is there is potential across the system and in those partnerships, and in particular, there's potential with RCTC and that for the community, for looking at those the field house and whether those 6 basketball courts, working with them to look at flexibility for that space or enhancing that space. I think fast tracking that in a way that we start discussions so that we are really showing the community that we're looking for that community access as well. So that's where I stand on this now, and I will Go to
Yeah.
Councilmember Keen.
Again, I think this is a good discussion, how we close this out. Some of my peers have talked about that idea of like, did we communicate it clearly? But couple points I want to make. One is, we talked about the number that voted against the sales tax in the first place. But I do think there's two distinct groups who are taking issue with it. One is the group that, they wanted that indoor for that idea, the teaming and that other stuff. And I think that's a separate group from this ongoing discussion of a community center that would be much more urban, which would be, it might have sports, but it could have other things too. And I think my disconcerting thing here is like, you try to do something like an economic development project like this, and there are many of the people I represent that don't think we should be in that business to start with. The fact is, we are in that business. We've been doing it for 40 and 50 years. And many times it works, and there's been some examples where it's worked less well or it didn't work. But I think that idea of saying like, we want to do this and we want to get a community benefit is where we probably erred in communicating much more of this sort of a different asset than what we really were setting out and what we challenged the staff to come back with. If we do want to go back and say, you talk about phase 2, or even, I don't think it's a phase 2 of a sports complex. If you want to talk about a community center, I think it's a totally different mission that the city would take on. We might do it out of Park and Rec, but I wouldn't think that's a given. I know that back about 8 years ago, before I was involved in council, the castle was up and there was talk about making that the community center. It wasn't sports oriented, but it was community rooms. It was the industrial kitchen. Those are different discussions, and I think we munged them too much this time into one discussion of, because we talked about community benefits, we ended up saying the sports complex should be the community center. And I think that if we really wanted to step back, and I think it's a hard decision, do we want, the city of Rochester does not provide that sort of service. We have Park and Rec and we have libraries, but that idea of a community center is a different asset and a different cost structure. And I think that's something that we need to either step up to or continue on the fact that that's not something the city does for its residents right now. And I think it's a valid thing that this council could debate, but I don't think it's a given that we're going to do it because we do other things.
Anyone else want to be heard on this topic? Well, great discussion, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for attending. Thank you to our Sports Academy visitors, and we will take a 10-minute break.
Recording stopped.
Read it again.
Recording in progress.
The number 5.
Yeah.
Starting the originally.
All of us there.
4 hours later.
Another 2 hours.
All right, we are on to item number 2, which is our Silver Lake Dam modification and sediment removal construction plan update. And we have Mr. Aaron Luckstein to start this one off. Yep. Green button, not that one. Yep, there we go.
There we go. You can put that one back down. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, better. Okay. Thank you, Council President Schubring, Mayor Norton, members of the council. Yes, Aaron Luckstein with our Public Works Department, and with me tonight is Matt Crawford, also in the Public Works Department, and then Bill and Megan with WHKS Engineering. They're the ones that are assisting us on the Silver Lake Dam modification and sediment removal project. So just a reminder, as we go through it, there's 4 major components of the project. One is the dam modification. The second one is the North Trail portion of the project, and then sediment removal. We're also including some modifications to the east shoreline as part of that. So Matt will cover that. And then also the footings for a future pedestrian bridge. So those are the 4 major components. We'll also provide you some updated cost estimates. Keep in mind, those are preliminary. I'll emphasize that when we get to that point, as well as next steps. And then, as you know, there's a lot of exciting things happening in and around Silver Lake. And if this project moves forward, we want to talk through some potential construction impacts, what we're doing to try and minimize those impacts as much as possible, but also call out the fact and start recognizing some of these impacts. So we have a lot of material to get through, hopefully in the next 45 minutes. So I'll defer to the Council President how you want to handle questions. If you do take questions throughout and we think it'll be answered in a future slide, we'll just let you know that and try and keep rolling. So
sounds good.
Okay. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Crawford.
Hello, Council President, Council members, Mayor. My name is Matt Crawford. I'm the project manager for this project. To give you a little background, because some of you are new, might not have seen me before. I am the engineer responsible for our sanitary sewer collection system. So the maintenance, the repairs, the sewer upgrades, expansions, but I'm also the engineer responsible for our flood control system. So I'm responsible for all the inspections and maintenance on that, and I work with the Parks Department on a lot of those maintenance activities. So I've been doing the flood control part of this most of my career here, so I'm very familiar with these flood control items. So I'll just jump right into it. We've been working on this project since 2019, and we've had a lot of concepts thrown out there. It's really still the same, but we've had some changes because of going through the permit process with the DNR and the Corps and other agencies. And so I kind of want to explain to you what's going on. So on what we call the upstream section, there's a black line. So that'll be to your right. That is where the new dam will start. And the black line represents sheeting. We'll be using sheeting to create the core for the dam. And it'll be a rock structure around that. And really, the sheeting is just make sure it's waterproof to start out with. Earthen materials will build up over time and also reinforce it to make it more waterproof. But that's the reason we're doing that. We've met with the DNR, Dam Safety, on this too and discussed this design. They're familiar with it. They've seen other places use it. There's no concern. But working also with the DNR, that was the big one that we had most of our conversations with. They're very concerned about the fish passage. Those are the rock rapids you see on there, the rock arch rapids. So they have a lot of design considerations. So when we're going through that, they were concerned that we make sure that the fish passage is the most primary thing we're designing this to do, move fish. And they understand recreational use too, but they didn't want the pools confusing the fish. They would go the wrong way. That's kind of how we put it. So you'll notice from some of the earlier concepts, it was kind of 50-50 pools in the rapids. Now it's primarily rapids with a smaller pools on the north side. That is to make sure that the fish have primary use, but we still have opportunities for use for kayakers and canoeists to use those pools. Also, while we were doing this, the DNR had us looking at the downstream existing conditions, and they found like a scour down there, and that's more or less all the armoring from the existing dam. My hands move too much. So as the water moves through there, they kept armoring downstream of the dam, concrete and riprap, but the velocity just continued moving down and creating a scour hole. This scour hole will not allow fish to get into the fish passage where we originally thought we were to design it, starting at the existing dam and going up from there. So we had to move it downstream, but that gave us an opportunity to move the start of the dam 200 feet closer to the old dam, which makes more lake. One of the things people really wanted is to minimize the lake loss to do this. That increases more acreage of the lake that we're saving by doing this, but we did have to move the rock downstream further to cover that and create an impact basin at the bottom. So those are like some of the key things that have changed in the design working with the DNR. I'll get some more details here. So here's an example of the cross sections going through the pools. As you can see, they're fairly deep, so there's opportunities for kayakers and stuff to play in it and to move the water down through the system. I'm gonna kind of move through these, but they're kind of the same. This is to the end. But as you can see, it stops well before the rock rapids stop, so the fish will stay in the rapids and not move into the pools. That was the concern. Now here's the rock rapids. As you can see, there's a lot of rock, and part of it, the DNR wanted to make sure that there was enough space for fish to hide behind the big blocks moving upstream. So they added a few more rows they wanted. They wanted the slope reduced so the fish had opportunities to move. We don't have salmon and trout. We have all kinds of other fish. So they don't quite move upstream quite the same as some of those other species. So because of that, we have more of these rock rapids we had to install as part of this project. This is just another example of some water looking in there, but it's going downstream. Then at the bottom, you can see at the bottom of the page is that big rock kind of looking structure after the rapids. That's the impact basin. That's where the end of the scour is at. We have to make sure that doesn't scour out in the future so the fish can get into the passage and move upstream. So that's been something working a lot with the DNR. Megan's been doing a lot of modeling because they want to know the velocity vectors and all this, or how the fish can get up there. So we have a lot of back and forth, and this is where we got to in the final design. That has been submitted to the DNR and the Corps, and they're working through their review right now. Just giving you a quick example. People ask, it's going to look natural. It will look natural over time. There's some concrete that has to armor or fix in place the boulders and stuff that we're using, but it's minimal and will mostly be native stones. And over time, those change colors, they blend in, you get sediment down there, it'll look more natural. The first year it won't, but as time goes on, it'll look more natural than the existing conditions out there today. Now we'll get to the North Shore Trail. So we had to look at trying to meet our normal standards, which is 10-year protection for our trail system. So that means a 10-year, 24-hour flood will not inundate the trail, so it's safe to use up to that event. After that event, a lot of our trails start to get, especially underneath the bridges and stuff, start to get flooded and we have to close them. So we want this trail to be used as much as possible. So that was a consideration. Plus, we have to meet ADA. So the bottom shows some of the slopes. So it's showing the slope from where the trail has to come down to get underneath the bridge, then transfer underneath the bridge. The blue on here shows concrete. That's going to be concrete trail. The other color, the green one you'll see in the next pictures starts up. That's the bituminous trail areas. So here again, we're coming back out from underneath there. And now we also have, underneath the bridge, we'll have retaining walls in the front between the bridge abutments and the edge of the trail. And then here, as we start going back up into the bituminous trail, we started had to have retaining walls. There's that bottom line kind of showing where the top retaining wall is above the trail against the properties we are tying into. A lot of those properties that we're tying into have really steep slopes, and to grade it to make it ADA compliant and make the trail as wide as we standard want them for trails. It's a 12-foot trail with recovery zones on both sides. We then start getting a lot of grading if we had to follow up with people's properties. So we're using retaining walls, large block retaining walls that will hold up to 100-year events. So the idea is to have something we do not have to maintain on any regular basis and will function in different kind of uses and different kind of flood events. Here again, showing the same thing. Now this is all bituminous trail. We've gotten past where the new dam starts and we're getting back into the open water portions of it. More trail, same thing. Retaining walls now are starting to get taller on the backside in some of these areas. And that pink line you start seeing, that's a retaining wall. It's going to be on the water side as we're going back up to meet ADA and to get back into the park. So we're going to need retaining walls on the backside and the front side to make that all work. Now, here's just some cross sections showing those type of trails where you'll have walls in the front, walls in the back, etc. Just some examples. And the green, I want to make sure you emphasize this. We are going to have riprap along the edge, but it's going to be soil encased riprap with native plantings in there. So short natives, We've heard the neighborhoods, they don't like the tall natives, so we're gonna go with the short natives. But that's gonna be an environmental improvement. It'll help the shoreline out. Opportunity to have other people even invest in it and put some flowering plants in it, that thing, type of thing, excuse me. But those will be a benefit to the project too. Now, the pedestrian bridge. It's not being done with this project, but we have to design for it so we don't have to go back in the waterway and do it again. So I've circled where the trail is going to go. That's the location that works with this. It works with all the other pedestrian trails we're doing. So that's the location. The big thing is the center pier. That's all we're building in this. The rest of it's going to be a steel structure that in the future we can come up and more just put it on place with cranes. You just got to work on the edges for the abutments and set it up in the middle. So we don't have to go back in the waterway to do any excavation or work. So it's already working for the future. And a lot of people at all those open houses and discussions we have, they can't wait till this section's done too so they can do loops around the lake. People have already compared it to Cascade Lake a few times. I know it's different, but when Cascade got their bridge built over 14 and they've created the trails around the lake, they've been used a lot. People have talked about this in the same kind of aspect of when it's done, they'll have such opportunities to use this lake for activities and not have to be on Broadway and et cetera. So we've heard a lot of good feedback on that. Dredging now. One of the things that people have been really excited for us to get done, because people that do try to use it, the rowing club, et cetera, and the people that rent out the rowboats, there's a lot of sediment that's built up over there. So we showing here is different colors, kind of representing how many cubic yards are in those areas and come up with a cost. The light blue lines you see kind of running through the middle, that's the flood control channel. That's what the Corps says we have to dredge out on a regular basis. That's the minimum. Now, obviously, if you just did that and didn't do something on the edges, more of it would just slough right back in and be back doing it on a regular basis. So we don't want to do this. We want to go wider. And also, it reduces when we have to do maintenance again. There are recreational benefits for everybody, and the effort and the permitting to do this work, it makes sense to do as much as we possibly can. Now, we showed the green going all the way up to almost the Civic Center area. Now, from the railroad tracks back to the lake, that's where we see most of the sediment. So that's what we really want to focus on. There's a lot of material, over 200,000 yards to remove from here. You need to try to remove it from November to about March before potential flooding can start. That's a lot of trucking. That's a lot of vehicles. So we are concerned about how much can we get done and if we can do everything in this one shot or not in the wintertime. We also, by the government center, down where that dais is down below, that's a normal sediment trap area. We understand people aren't happy with the looks on that. We're trying to include that in this project too, but that's a little bit different area to dredge. So, but the bang for our buck is from the railroad tracks on down. We can probably get some good removals there and limit to how far they have to haul it in river. I just want to show another thing we're doing. That we're going to be using the old snow dump site as our sediment removal site for part of this project for dewatering and hauling it away. But also one of the things that people have expressed, they want more lake. We found historically there was a peninsula here until we built 7th Street and we put in the ped ramp. You kind of filled this in from the 40s. So the DNR, while they don't want us to build new lake, they are supportive of going back to historic shorelines. And so by doing that, we can create another acre of open water here that would help. I know we met with the rowing club. They're excited about it. It gives them a little more area to practice since they're losing a couple acres on the other end. So that's all we can do with the DNR to increase water size for this lake. So we're excited about that.
So is that additional acre, the blue bubble, is that what you're talking about?
Yep. That blue is really the water there. The orange starts to be the shoreline going up and stuff, so. All right, now it's to Aaron to discuss the costs, the fun part.
We can stop right there too and just see if there's, I know Matt cruised through that, being mindful of time. Was there a lot of information shared? Any questions this time?
Oh, let's keep moving. Oh, Councilmember Wall.
Is it hard to maintain those rock rapids with that teepee style of, I mean, that just looks hard to maintain to me.
Well, those, you gotta remember the size of rocks are like 2 by 3 by 4 foot rocks embedded in riprap that's bigger than my head.
Okay.
So conceptually, you're looking, I know, on a small plan sheet, but it's large rocks tying in together. If I can get back to the sheet.
They're mortared in too, Norm.
There you go.
Ordered, okay.
And so it does look a little deceiving with the drops in between there, but I mean, that's, yeah, there's some mortaring going on with the rocks in place. So it's armored, it's large rocks. And velocity wise, you gotta remember, when this hits a 100-year event, these are about 5-6 feet underwater. The velocity is all way above them. It's only when it's first coming up and then it gets above it. So it's not gonna be in major events, high velocity, that's all above it.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question on the trail in, at the shoreline with the property owners. Can you talk about the, discussions with the property owners? Have you initiated those discussions?
Yep, we had mailings out there, had numerous meetings with any of the property owners that wanted to meet with us. We discussed what we could do with the project, where we thought we could do retaining walls. It's all on city property, but potential like safety fencing for them on their side. And then once we put all their information together, an individual meeting with every property owner, we had a group meeting, let them come in and kind of show what we're proposing. So, like I said, some people don't want anybody walking anywhere near their backyard, so that was always a concern. But a lot of people were like, it has some good benefits. They liked a lot of the walls that we were putting up because that is a separation, because a lot of concerns were people coming onto their properties. So we worked with a lot of their suggestions, come up with a plan that works, that I think makes it look nice, keeps their property separated from the trail users. And that's something we took a lot of their ideas into consideration when we put that together.
Thank you. Councilmember Fredericks.
So with those walls, I'm envisioning it, then is there 1 or 2 or 3 accesses along there where they can go down the street or up the street, whatever you want to say, then just come down? They don't have access from their properties right to the trail then?
No, we were planning, we talked to them that we could put in steps into their properties. So there'd be breaks in the walls. They would have steps so that if they wanted access to it.
Did some of them buy for that option?
Yes, a lot of them did.
Nice.
So we're gonna try to put that with the smallest piece of rock is very high. If you don't want to deal with the rock where the wall's tallest, but we want to try to make it work with.
So would you say it's fair to say you enhanced their properties?
My opinion would be yes, but they might not agree with me, so.
Any other question?
Okay.
Move on.
All right, and that was actually perfect transition into the cost, so we'll get there. So one of the things that I want to emphasize, so you'll see, right now we're seeing a preliminary estimates are showing a cost increase. So one of the things though, as projects move along, we do these periodic cost estimate checks just to make sure that it, to be able to evaluate how some of these changes are impacting the cost of the project and if we're within range, and if not, where we need to start making cuts and do those kind of things. Recognizing that this would be an important component, we obtained updated cost estimates specifically for today. The reason we included this in here is we will be talking and started those conversations with our project partners, RPU and the parks, also to evaluate funding options. So we wanted you to hear from us and not from others that there's been some discussions on perhaps finding some alternative funding or increased funding to help cover those costs. So I want to really focus on the 2023 update and the 2025, because those are the most, comparable in when we looked at the project scope. So the North Trail, we saw some increases there. A lot of those are related to what Matt just talked about. So as we worked with property owners, initially we looked at, can we grade back in to their yards, get some construction easements to have more finish closer to the trail. What they largely wanted was the separation. And so putting in more retaining walls, that added cost to keep that nice privacy boundary between the private properties and the city property, and then largely keep all construction too within city property on that side of it. The other shift was with the shift of the dam sliding 200 feet closer to the bridge. There's now more shoreline that is along the lake, and so there's some additional structure that needs to happen along that trail, along the lake line versus where the wave pools and rock arch rapids are. So there was some added cost associated with that. In regards to the dredging, actually dredging came down a little bit because the majority of that, as Matt had noted, is in trucking costs. So if diesel prices stay where they're at, we actually see some savings, and that's where we're really pushing. Let's remove as much sediment as we can in the short amount of time, especially where those price points are. We'll see where diesel fuel prices are come when it's time to bid. So just be mindful of that. The dam modification was where we saw the biggest increases. As Matt indicated, majority of that is we've had to extend that to beyond the other side of the Broadway Bridge to be able to address the scour hole that was identified and install that impact zone. So what that does is as water flows down, that removes a lot of the energy. So it dissipates that energy so that once it gets to the end of it, you're not seeing scouring continue to happen down the river like as we see with other dams and like the situation with the current one. So being able to fully address that. The other shift is as it had shifted over, there are two other scour holes, and one is up on the upper side of the existing dam. And so we need to fill that in. And also when you just think about it from that way, you shift everything down, we have more rock material that we're using in order to fill in, you know, some of those holes. So anyway, so those were some of the cost increases that we saw. The other thing that I will note is we did include a portion of the cost for the east shoreline modifications to open up a little bit more lake. So that expansion of that, part of those costs were included in the dam modification to create a little bit more lake. And then some of them are still part of the dredging because that was where we're going to use as the dredging dewatering site. We'll have to refinish it. So some of those costs are split on that side of it. But a couple things that I will note is we are looking for ways to reduce costs. So one of them is looking at materials. If some of the rock can be sourced more locally and still achieve the structural integrity requirements and long-term maintenance that we need. So we're hoping to find some savings there as we kind of work through this. So anyways, the other thing I guess I would note is we previously had included the bridge pier in with the dam modification portion of that. So we did carve that out. Some of that is with funding, just to be clear with you, but also so just to be able to capture the cost of what that pedestrian bridge is going to do. So you'll see that new line there, and that was a shift from the dam modification down. So preliminary funding, we are already looking at possible funding sources to cover the increases as well as looking at cost. And so I intentionally did not include hard numbers behind this because they're going to continue to shift. And as you know, each of these funding sources have different criteria. It fits different components of the project. And so until we have final construction costs, that's when we'll be able to tie numbers specifically to some of these budgets. And as I indicated, we will be in conversations with the other project partners as we look at funding sources. So anyways, but really quickly, just the North Trail, we did get $250,000 into DNR grant, which is great. And the Parks has provided the matching funds for that. So there's $500,000 there. And then we've been looking at using the flood control reserves as the rest of that and still looking at that component. Dredging is still the 1989 reserves. Initially, we were hoping to not have to use any of the 2023, but we may need to just based on what is left in those 1989 reserves. So I just put that in there as that's potential. The other one that we have been planning to use and would continue to use is some stormwater funding. There isn't ponds and other stormwater catch basins around the downtown area, and that it all reaches the river. So a lot of that stormwater sediment actually settles out there. So just like we would go dredge a stormwater pond, to remove that, we would use some of the funding to remove the sediment from Silver Lake and the river section there. Dam modification still, our partners at RPU, the Lessard Sam Outdoor Heritage Grant, and then the 1989 flood control reserves. And then the bridge pier, again, we're looking at that. We are already looking into, we have some CIP funds allocated for trails, and this would be part of the trail system. So if there's any that we can shift in conversations with parks, as well as that would meet the definition and an acceptable use for the 1989 flood control funds as well. So the other thing we will do is we will package the project components as we go out for the request for bids so that council can see if we need to make cuts. These are things that we would maybe cut out of the project, or you can see how those added components impact costs. So. Here we go. So next steps in the process, so it's to obtain our final permits from the Army Corps of Engineers. We already did receive preliminary, we just got noticed on Friday that we received preliminary approval of our 404 permit from the Army Corps of Engineers, but they can't complete that final one until the MPCA completes their permit. So those work in coordination with each other. So, but that's a nice first step. The 408 permit is currently under review. The DNR is also reviewing things, and you're here with Matt. We've been working very, very closely with them. And so based on that, we're waiting for the final approval from the DNR. Once we have those, I know the Historic Preservation Commission has come up as when is it going to go there? Much of this process involves the state historical preservation looking at those components. So we felt that that's a very important piece of this, to have that information from the state so we can then take to the HPC. So once we get that, then it would go to HPC.
Can you pause, Mr. Lexine? Oh, okay, when he's done. Okay, go ahead, keep going.
Once we have those permits in place, we would again evaluate our preliminary funding, make sure we have the funding resources to be able to cover the project, put it out for bids, finalize those funding recommendations, and bring it back to council. And so with that, I don't know why it's not changing for me. There we go. So the next, we were going to talk about construction impacts, but again, I'll pause there. I think we had, no? Okay. Any other questions before we move into construction impacts in the area?
Councilmember Palmer.
Just want to make it clear to everybody in the public, and you'll confirm this. We are not going to screw around with the flood control. It will be the same, if not better, after this project is done.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And nobody on the city council wants to screw around with the flood control. We want it to be as or better. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I just want the community to understand that, because there's a lot of people who want to debate that. The only other question I have for you on this one is, there's a trail under Broadway on the north side. Is there also a trail on the south side?
So not as part, so great question, not as part of this project. So that is part of the long-term plans for the park area, but we are not installing a south trail as part of this project.
Because that was not clear at your last meeting you had in the public. People were, I believe, were told that the south was also being done. So.
At our last meeting, no, we corrected that. We weren't saying it was done. People want to know when it's going to be done. I said we were looking at that as a future project. We have to get this first phase done. People want the bridge next. And then the third phase would be trying to get the trail underneath.
Perfect. I have other questions, but we'll move ahead.
Yep.
Keep going.
Okay.
So we'll on to construction impacts. I'm going to turn it back over to Matt.
Crawford.
All right, construction. So I will just want to make people aware, most of the work here for this project, for the sediment removal and for building the dam, is hauling rocks in and hauling sediment out. So I kind of have a plan here. We have one by the Broadway Bridge, where we're going to be putting a concrete, you could say, roadway in over the trail. The trail will be open. We'll have to put like stop signs like you do to make people look for the trucks coming by. They'll have flaggers available. But we're going to have a lot of trucks hauling in and out from that location. The green line is the return line. The blue line is going out line. This map shows where that's at. We have a facility out at KR3, the reservoir right across from the Calmer landfill. That we built a facility to take all this material, ideally sandy material and stuff. If a contractor wanted to take it somewhere, they can, like we have done other times. They've used it for construction material, but we have a facility big enough to take all the material. I just want to make you aware of the route. There will be a lot of trucks driving 8-9 hours a day. You know, winter time, there's not as much daylight, but there will be a lot of trucks coming in and out along these routes. Again, this is, and then on where I just mentioned the snow dump is, I have the load out facility, and we're looking at one on the south side of the road so that they can be working in part of the river to move material out, because we're going to have another project I'm going to mention quickly, a siphon project going on in the wintertime to get across the river. So they'll have two different load out facilities using for the sediment to remove it to keep up with the time frame. So that's what we're looking at here. We'll be shutting down a couple of lanes there on the north side so the trucks can get in and out safely. We'll be putting traffic both ways still, but it will just reducing it there by the bridge. Also during the wintertime, because of these activities, they will be also closing down the trails. I'll get to that in a second for the wintertime. Here's just that same route we're doing that load out. So here's for the sanitary siphon. We're putting a sanitary sewer across the lake when the lake's down. That's another project. It's not tied to the Silver Lake project. It has to be done at the same time. And it has to go through some retaining walls and through the trail there right next to the bridge. So this pink shows the trails in the wintertime that will be shut down until we get that siphon across and can reestablish the trails, especially on the west side. And then we can get those paved. So it's like, you know, late May before we can usually get them paved. That's the first phase for the winter. At the same time, we want to continue that sewer project all the way down 7th. So we're reducing 7th to 2 lanes, 1 in each direction. This will all be on the north side. And we'll be maintaining 1 access across right around the park for pedestrians like there is now. There is the stoplight there. We'll use that until they impact it with the construction. They'll put temporary ones in so to make sure everybody in the park can get to the new facilities on the south. So it'll be open the entire time. There's a few minor crossings connecting services we'll have to do temporarily, but the main thing is 7th Street is open. We'll be on the north side getting the sewer project done. So we're prepared for future development to the south and keep this going because that's part of our sewer master plan to keep this. This was like our #1 project on our sewer master plan list. So I'd like to get it done and get out of here so we're not bothering anybody after all this project is done. And I think, yeah, this is 11th Avenue is the big one. We do have to cross 11th Avenue, so 11th Avenue and 7th will be closed until that work's done, but you'll still be at least come from the west to get to everything you need to do at that time.
The big one.
Oops, somebody else is next. So that was kind of quick. Yeah, any questions?
Yeah, and so just one thing I do want to emphasize, because one of the things that we had heard as part of
Councilmember Palmer.
Good, finish your sentence.
one of the things that we did hear as part of the open house, as well as we've had a few people reach out just with concerns. The timing of the new Silver Lake Aquatic Center with this construction, we recognize is not ideal. And so that's very sensitive, and we are doing everything we can to be able to, one, get this work done and be out of there, recognizing that that the opening of that aquatic center most likely will hit, you know, when 7th Street is under construction with the sewer. And so doing everything we can to keep those 2 lanes open, keep the trails on the north and south, as well as providing that crossing, recognizing that, you know, the parking lot up on East Silver Lake Drive is used as overflow. So making sure that we can get people to and from that, as well as the skate park opening as well. So we looked at several different options, either delaying this, working with parks on their timelines, and what ultimately our recommendation is to move forward with the siphon and the sewer project, and try and move through there as fast as we can and minimize the impact to the parks and the users.
Councilmember Palmer.
Well, to that point, and we just found that out last week that you were planning on screwing around in front of our new pool. And I can't even believe that you're trying to do that. That to me is the most, it's just unacceptable. And so you're going to have to, in my opinion, come up with a different way of doing this when you're not there in June, July, and August. And you can do that. It may not be what you want to do, but I think June, July, and August, when that pool is open, and if you look at this intersection of 11th Avenue and 7th Street, you're going to tell me that if I live on 14th Avenue Northeast, I'm going to have to go all the way around and go to the pool. And the most time that we use this park is in the summertime. So for me, it's a no-go if you decide that you're going to do the sewer project at this time. If you tell me we'll be done in May or we'll come back in October, I'm fine with that. But I can't believe the city council wants to spend money on a new pool and then have construction in front of it. People are just going to laugh at us. And that's not acceptable. So, and I don't think I stand alone on that.
Okay with me answering that question?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
So one, thank you for those comments. So I will say from.
And they're not new.
Yep. And I will say from a staffing standpoint, and I will take ownership of this. It may not have been as clearly articulated as it should have been of the timing of these projects, but when we brought forward the request to do the engineering for the siphon project and the sewer extension, we've been very, very consistent in saying that we need to do this as part of the lake drawdown in order to get that siphon in. We've had clear direction from the state of Minnesota that they're not going to give us another permit to draw down the lake to do that siphon, and the sewer extension is a big part of this. And we also put it in that request for council action of the timing to be able to do this in 2026. So I take ownership of not articulating and saying this is gonna, has the potential of a direct impact with the aquatics, but we had tried to forecast the need to do this project. In regards to the timing and access, I will defer to, I guess in regards, so the other thing is from a construction standpoint, as you know, there's a lot of weather impacts. We will be doing everything we can during the winter timeframe and trying to get as much done as possible prior to the opening of that pool and the time. But as you know, there's weather impacts and things like that that we just can't guarantee, but we'll do what we can. And then I'll defer to Matt in regards to the detour and access to the site.
But to my point, you at Soldiers Field at the golf course, you put in the temporary sewer in there and you're not using it because it was timely. You could be right now, this year, have put that sewer in and up to the siphon and hold up to it.
So
I mean,
great
this year,
question. So one,
the pool's being built this year. No one's at the pool. You could have done it this year. You still can do it this year if you want to.
so the project has not been fully engineered and we are not prepared to take that project out for bid right now. Matt, anything else? So from that standpoint, I can't start construction on it tomorrow. So, you know, the timing of this as we lined it up was to be able to do the siphon portion of that first, have this next piece ready to go with that and do construction all at once. Anything else you would add, I guess, to that, Matt?
Well, yeah, part of it is also how we have to temporarily put sewer in for the existing sewers out and tie it in. It really can't put a dummy sewer in there and not have it go live right away and wait for a period of time. That would be a challenge for constructability. So we're basing this on the best constructability that we need to get it done the fastest. There's an opportunity that we could be well past the pool by July. But like I said, weather, I can't guarantee it. And then if you don't do it during our construction season, you say you can't build it during the normal construction season, that risks having roads that won't be paved and left gravel all winter, which is not acceptable either. So it's one of those things of, do you want to have a road that never gets paved and is closed all winter, or do you want to try to work with it? You have full access to the pool. I know it's not a pretty sight looking out there, but you have access to the pool, and then we get it done and we're out of there and don't have to come back a year later and do it again or something. That's how we looked at it.
And then Matt, can you answer? I want to get at your question and concern about access at 11th Avenue there. Can you restate the question? Sorry, Councilmember Akin.
You're closing the whole intersection. And so you had almost all of Northeast Rochester, all the way from Century. You're going to have to go all the way to Broadway to come to the new pool. And anybody on Center Street isn't going to be able to come down there. They're going to have to go over to Broadway or 3rd Avenue and come back around. It makes no sense to do that. And as far as
Okay, you asked your question. If you can just give a brief answer, we do have 3 council members. I think Councilmember Palmer, you made your point. If we do have 3 council members on the docket now, so any more to add on this?
Oh, just one thing is that is a 66-inch sewer through the middle of the intersection, so there's no way to keep any part of it open and safely construct the pipe because of where it has to go. So it will be a full closure, unfortunately.
Councilmember Wall.
Thank you. Thank you. And I thank Mr. Crawford. I feel just a little bit validated because when he opened up, he talked about a new dam instead of a modified dam. Because I think that's what most people will see is a very new structure that we have. I get the question often, would it be fair to say, although there are steps yet to happen, that there's almost certainly going to be a drawdown this winter and dredging this winter?
That is what we are shooting for, and our current schedule is to be able to get those permits and get it out for bids and seek council approval. Obviously, as you know, it's dependent on council approval, but that's still the timeline that we're under.
Okay.
Yeah, we've worked with the Corps and the DNR to know that we want to start November 1, so we get the drawdown done and get this all work done, and they're working with us. So they're confident, but there are also other agencies. You never know what's going to happen, but we think we should be good by then.
Okay.
The only thing I would add to that is we have seen a pretty significant delay with the Army Corps of Engineers. We appreciate they're trying to move this along, but with some of their funding cuts and staffing shortfalls, we have seen a delay from what we were initially planning.
So I'm very appreciative of the new dam and its placement. You heard me say that when I was a little bit surprised by that a few months ago on our tour. I assume that some of the new dam costs, I think you pretty much referred to that, is due to the fact that it's no longer at kind of the choke point, but it's moved to a place where we have to just wall off more water.
Yeah, is that part of the cost, I guess?
No, I mean, the costs are really, it's gotten longer to go
Yeah,
underneath, so we've
right,
got
right,
to
right.
extend it, so it's more rock costs, we had to fill in that
Yeah.
impact. So that's where a lot of the costs. The wall itself, it might be a little more steel in there for extending where we put it in to get it more curved. We did show it straight. So I mean, yes, those are all impacts, but I'm thinking the number one I'm seeing is the rock costs.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Yeah, Councilmember Palmer's missing the silver lining and the good news. Short lines at the Silver Lake Pool next year. It's going to be great.
Oh, jeez.
Is that what you've been
That's it.
waiting for? Okay.
I had to lighten it up a little bit.
Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand you. I have not heard a sewer extension being called a siphon before. Is there something unique happening here that I need to understand?
Do you want to describe the siphon
Yeah.
project?
Well, the siphon is where we cross under rivers.
Oh.
You usually have a grade issue, you have to go down, and
Okay.
a natural thing called a siphon uses velocity without any mechanical needs to move sewage down under the river and back up again. So that's what we need there. And the old ones that have been there for quite a long time, so we're putting a new one in that will help, that'll be there for the future development.
Okay, and I don't want to get too much into this, but you group up the project to be dredging and the dam and the shore and the pylon, but you don't include this in it. Is that a funding statement? Is that like a simplification? I'm just trying to make sure I understand why things get grouped.
Well, some of it is, it's a bidding contractor, so the ones that would
Okay.
do siphon and sewer work are significantly different than the one who'll do all the earthwork.
That helps.
So it's hard to combine them, because then you sometimes don't see the savings you need.
Yeah, although from the public's perspective, you can see them all happening on the same road.
Yes.
Okay. I too have Councilmember Wall's concern here of saying, we're just about in August. We had a schedule that said we want to start work in November. That means we've got to go out, this group has to approve going out for bids. I mean, if we don't do it in August,
Well, you've already approved going out for bids. So you just have to approve the bids when they come in.
all right, so that's the key thing.
That's
That-
one's been
once
done,
they-
so-
That helps cut down the timeline.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I think that could come to us one of the meetings in September. Is that kind of the timeline that's,
I would say probably October is what we're gonna be shooting for
okay,
this.
wow.
Early
okay.
October is kind of we're thinking with the permitting. We want to make sure all the issues with the permits are well resolved before we go out for bids. Because otherwise, if we get bids and we have to sit on them until permits, that can make a delay issue. So we want to be very confident that we're going to get our permits.
Very good. The last thing, just a sort of a public vote of confidence. I know that these kind of projects are complex and we're going to run into things like these swales net, and I appreciate they're being worked through. I think they are normal, complex project kind of problems as opposed to, nobody expected this. So I'm glad to see us working through it, and I have good confidence that we'll get there and be able to start work in November. Thank you.
Councilmember Palmer.
Yeah, I have one simple question for Ms. Elms. So how much money do we have in this 1989 flood control dollars?
I'll defer to Aaron Luckstein.
Mr. Luxton?
I don't have those numbers in front of me and I don't have them memorized, but we are
Is it,
working, so we are working through evaluating again the cost in comparison, to that. What I can say is our preliminary assessment is again, based on the outline initially that we're looking at, that there will be sufficient funding. Plus, if you remember when we've talked about this previously, we think it's important that we also maintain a reserve should a major flooding event happen. So we would have enough to cover the project plus that reserve.
My recollection is that when we talked about this a year or two ago, it was between 12 and 14 million.
so if we have 12 or 14 million dollars, that's from the 89 flood control dollars?
Correct. I believe it's closer to about 10.
Okay, let's say it's $10 million. So I've got trails that are in ill shape and we tell everybody we can't replace them because we don't have any money. So have we been hoarding this money and not fixing what we have for flood control? I mean, we complain all the time about our trail system that there's bumps and this doesn't work and that doesn't work. And if we have $10 million sitting there, why don't we spend some of it on keeping what we have maintained?
So great question.
And there
This
always
does
are.
come up. So one, we talked about this about a month ago as well. It is really, really important. A key component of those funds is that we have funds available to be able to do dredging or to be able to respond to a significant storm event, that if we need to do armoring, structural support of the system. So a lot of those funds are set aside in reserves to need to have access to it. In addition to that, there's been projects such as this one in which we've had funds that are in the CIP and set aside. So some of those, there's other projects that have been in there. And then we have, just based on our staff availability and time and things like that, looking at where are the greatest needs for the trails and continuing to do trail projects every single year to try and stay ahead of it, recognizing it won't fully meet what everybody wants, but it allows us to utilize the funds that we have in a responsible way and still preserve the funds while the new local sales tax pot is building back up to make sure we maintain those reserves and be able to do additional projects in the future.
So out of the 10 million, 5.5 about is for dredging, correct?
I don't have those numbers off the top of my
I
head.
think
I can
that
get
was-
back to you
but I
on
think
that if
that's
you would like a
the
breakdown
dollars.
of things.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any further question? Are you more presentation coming up?
I have two more.
Okay,
but
go
this
ahead.
is it for Silver Lake.
Silver Lake, we're done, so.
Oh, you are talking about the next project. Oh, go ahead, Mayor.
Thanks. I was just going to say how much I appreciate this presentation. We got a little bit of an idea as we did our tour earlier this year, and I was so pleased to find that you found something that's more acceptable to the neighbors. And I really want to just say thank you for the work you've done with the neighborhood, because that was so important. There was so much misinformation out there, and I think what we have is a better project that the neighbors are going to be more supportive of. I certainly haven't had the outcry that I did years ago. So I think, you know, sometimes slowing down and getting it done right is a good thing. And so I really appreciate all you did. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Crawford. And we'll start with Air Quality Alliance.
Yep. All right. We got a couple other project partners that'll come up here with me. So yeah, you know who I am, so I'm just going to keep rolling with me with this. So with me tonight is Kayla Betzold. She is our sustainability coordinator, as well as Teresa with Olmsted County. And so we had a couple other project partners that were here. Given that we're running long, they ended up having to leave, so I apologize for that. But
Lauren Jensen.
Yep.
We do have also Lauren Jensen from DMC here virtually. So if you have any questions
All
for
right,
her,
great.
she is on Zoom.
Thank you.
And then actually, Kayla, do you want to introduce yourself just a little bit more as Teresa, and then we'll start the presentation.
Good evening, Council, Council President, Mayor. My name is Kayla Betzold, and I'm the City's Sustainability Coordinator. Been with the city for just a little bit over a year, and so there are some program partners here that have been a part of the Alliance for longer than I have, and they can kind of help fill in the blanks if you have any questions about the history of the group.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Teresa Blader. I work with Olmsted County within the Public Works Geographic Information Systems. So my primary role in the group is going to be related to the mapping and those kinds of things that you see with the data, but I've also been a part of the organization since 2019. So I'll also be able to answer some history questions if you have them. Thank you.
Great, welcome.
So with that, and you'll note that much of the presentation is on the city's role within this, but we also tried to provide a high-level overview of the entire Air Quality Alliance. One thing I should note, we are now referring to this as the Air Quality Alliance. We went through a recent rebranding of it. It used to be called the Rochester Air Network, and I'll talk a little bit about why we did that. So what we're going to briefly cover here is I'm going to provide an overview and background of what the Air Quality Alliance is. Kayla then is going to talk about the partner roles, responsibilities, again, largely focusing on the city's role in that, the types of air sensors that we have installed in the community. If we say monitors, keep in mind those are sensors. So I apologize. Sometimes I use those words interchangeably, but monitor sensors, one and the same. The sensor data, how we store the data, what we're doing with the data, and then also the current project status and what we're looking at into the future with the Air Quality Alliance. So really quick, high level, it is a collaborative effort between the Mayo Clinic, Olmsted County, City of Rochester, and the Destination Medical Center. So we have the 4 project partners that are involved in this effort and have been largely from the start, other than the very, very beginning. The key goals are enhancing air quality monitoring across Rochester and engaging the public about that air quality and actionable steps that residents can take as a result. The core activities and outcomes that we're involved with, one is the installation and maintenance of those air quality sensors. to ensure that we are providing trustworthy quality data. That's the key piece of this, and you'll hear that that's a large part of especially the city's work here. Seamless public access to real-time air quality monitoring, and you heard that's a large part of Olmsted County's role. And again, Kayla's going to get in detail, so I'll keep moving here. And then some informational resources just on air quality impact. So what does air impact mean to health? And so that comes in the form of the meters, the website, the dashboard, so the data, and then making sure that we're maintaining and storing that data effectively. So the quick background, the idea initially started in 2017 as the Rochester Air Network, and it was a research project. So set up by Matthew Spitton with Mayo Clinic. And it was the purpose and evaluation of what does a network, air quality network, look like. And his goal was to improve the health of individuals and communities through a deepened understanding of the link between air quality and human health and the impacts. Yep, go ahead, Mayor Norton.
Aaron, I just want to add.
I should refer. I
Yeah,
apologize.
go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, and this is really fun to see for me because I was part of that original group in 2017 as a graduate student at the University of Minnesota. And so I was one of the ones running around the city with those air monitors doing citizen science. So it's really exciting. I appreciate you mentioning how it started, and it's fun to see how far you've come.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. You could do my job. Next time.
So then in 2020, the first sensors were purchased and installed. And again, this was, we had volunteers, Mayo Clinic, Olmsted County, City of Rochester. Many of them were actually funded by DMC as well. And so those were installed primarily in the downtown area, and then and then it expanded. So a couple things happened though along the way, and it really emphasized the need to have these sensors and the value that these sensors provided to the community. And one of those was City Council adopting the greenhouse gas goals. We recognized that as part of that, we needed some of the data to help track some of that. And so it started to build on the value of this. Then in 2023, again, the SET network expanded to include additional sensors outside of just the downtown area to get a better capture of the citywide. Then in 2024, the Sustainability Resiliency Community Action Plan was accepted by the City Council. And there are several things, if you remember, if you were on the council at the time, there was a lot of discussion on the number of action items in there, and many of those are related to air quality. And so, again, it kind of tied into the value of this project. Then we started to see increased construction downtown in later 2024 and 25, and we started to get a lot of questions about, we had some meters that had been pulled, and they said, why aren't these sensors out? Sorry, meters, why aren't these sensors out? Where's the data? What does it mean? And so we started to get questions on it again, just emphasizing the importance of this work. And so then in 2025, again, as we kind of relooked at, as this thing has evolved over the years, and talked about, is it really the Rochester Air Network anymore, or is it more than that? And what we decided is that Air Quality Alliance is a better name, and we're looking for more project partners, for people that want to be involved and have more citizen science kind of components to it. And so we did that rebranding and have been working through what the next vision looks like, and Kayla will talk about that. I think the only other thing from a city standpoint that I want to emphasize is we do annually, we've been fortunate to have a limited term intern work with a sustainability division to help. And again, recognizing how this fit in with the SRC community work plan and interest, we were able to dedicate some of that intern's time to be able to do this work. Large part of getting the sensors out, making sure they were calibrated, developing standard operating procedures, things like that to help make sure that this is maintained long-term. So with the, oh, sorry, one more before I turn it over to Kayla. The other thing is some people say, well, why is air quality important? Why would we want to spend time doing this? The key feature, especially outdoor air quality, and there's a lot of tie with indoor air quality, but it affects everybody, and it is essential for a healthy community. But where we see some of the more vulnerable populations, especially in our children, older adults, as well as those that are already dealing with things like asthma and other, air quality can have a significant impact on it. So being able to monitor those pollutants like particulate matter, especially at that 2.5 or lower, and so anyway, sorry, 2.5 micrometers in diameter is the smaller, those are inhalable. So that means you can breathe them in, they can impact you. So being able to monitor that, carbon monoxide, ozone, nitrogen dioxide, things like that are really important when we look at it from a health standpoint. And then some of the major sources of air pollution, I won't go through all of them, but industrial activities, these are largely the ones that are permitted by the state. They do have to get air permits and have to monitor for it, but there's still emissions that come from that. Vehicle emissions is another large source. And then smoke from burning, not just burning woody debris in the backyard, but we've all been experiencing the impacts of smoke from fires and things like that. So.
Thank you, Aaron. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the partner roles of the Air Quality Alliance. So we are kind of still evolving the roles of all of the partners, but at a high level, each of our organizations kind of support the program in different ways. So the City of Rochester really leads on the installation and the maintenance of the sensor network itself. We help to coordinate communications between all of the partners, and we support the long-term planning for the group. Olmsted County, and Teresa is part of that team, provides the technical expertise through multiple different departments. So through public health, through environmental services, and through GIS. They lead on the development of the public-facing map and website where all of our data is publicly available, and then they support on the sensor upkeep, registration, and then group communications. DMC serves as the primary funder for sensor purchases and network growth, so they've been really great in helping us to expand our network over the years, and they contribute to the installation, again, registration, and maintenance of the system. If you can't tell, there's a lot that goes into that, so all of the partners kind of help with that. And then Mayo Clinic brings the kind of the scientific and medical expertise to the group. So, and then they also assist with the co-location studies, the data validation that we do with the data from those studies, and kind of help to strengthen this connection to public health and science communication. So again, like Aaron mentioned, in 2022, City Council adopted science-based greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, which highlight the link between emissions and local air quality. So we do recognize that buildings and transportation are our two largest emission sectors, and we also saw that permitted facilities and transportation are two large sectors of air quality pollution as well. Our sustainability and resiliency plan, as you can see here, include targeted air quality strategies under the topic area of environmental health. And this kind of lists some of the tactics. So sharing that data with the broader community, developing an air quality report, evaluating potential ordinances to address burning and emissions, and expanding the air quality program, which is what we're working on. When it comes to the city's responsibilities, the city's portion of the initiative is led by myself, the sustainability coordinator, and the sustainability division, with support from our part-time term limited sustainability intern. He joined our team in June 2025, so it's been really great to have someone that's kind of really focused on this work and moving it forward, documenting processes, streamlining, things like that. So Nolan really helps in several different areas. He helps with coordinating meetings and partner activities, kind of keeping things organized with the group, going out and maintaining, installing, and maintaining all of the sensors that we have around the community. He's been great with assisting with our data calibration, co-location, and then data validation studies. We actually have one. He started one on Friday, so we have a co-location study happening at Franklin Elementary right now. And then also helping to support community outreach through enhancements to our website and our dashboard. So now kind of getting into the sensors themselves. This shows the locations of the purple air sensors across the city, and the colors represent the real-time air quality levels that they're reporting. So the color-coded index is called the Air Quality Index, and it's based on 24 hours of exposure. It ranges from green, which means good air quality, to maroon, which indicates hazardous conditions. So the yellow and the orange signal increasing concern for sensitive groups, and then the red and the purple indicate growing health risks for the broader population. So these colors on our map do change based on the data that they're reading in real time. This network and the geographic distribution of the sensors really help us to understand neighborhood level air quality within the community. And next, we'll take a look at the types of air quality sensors that we have in the Air Quality Alliance. So each sensor kind of collects the different components of data, and so we'll talk a little bit about that. We have 4 types of sensors. Purple Air version 1, these measure the fine particulate matter, which is the PM 2.5, and they report the data to the public-facing map. We have the Purple Air version 2, and the only difference here is that they're a little bit newer, so they actually have a ring around the bottom that shows a visual representation of that color that we looked at on the slide before, so it shows the color coding of the actual data that it's measuring. And then we have 2 types of VISALA sensors. So these are more advanced sensors, and they measure and provide additional data, including various greenhouse gases and some environmental conditions. And so we'll get into VISALA sensors in just a minute here. This kind of just shows the comparison between all the different types. So the Alliance currently has 12 Purple Air sensors installed across the community. We have 2 additional that are in the process of being installed. There's a lot of coordination with partners and Wi-Fi access and things like that. So we have 2 kind of in the queue, and then 3 additional and some other sensors that are, again, in a co-location study right now before they will be redeployed. So again, these measure the fine particulate matter, PM 2.5, and the data is available on the public map. The first group of VISALA sensors, version 1, were installed at prominent downtown locations. These sensors measure a broader range of pollutants, like we said, so some greenhouse gases and then some environmental conditions like temperature and humidity. These do not have the capability, based on the technology and the sensors, to live report their data on our public map. However, our sustainability intern just wrapped up a project last week and integrated a new dashboard onto our website, so that when you go onto our website, you can click on that and it does display the sensors and the pollutants that they measure over time. So essentially, we're pulling the data through on the back end and showing a graph on the website. We do have the data. It's been measuring since these were installed and purchased and installed in 2020. And we have a solution now so that the data is available on the map. And then VISALA version 2 are the Olmsted County owned sensors. So these are installed at the OC building and at RCTC. Again, they're measuring the same things as the other VISALA sensors. However, because they're a newer version of VISALA, these do have the technology to integrate onto the public map. So these are, they do have live integration. So just a slide here about this sensor data calibration and validation study that we do. So really the goal of this is to maintain the reliable air quality data. So we talked about it being publicly accessible. Our other main priority is that it's trustworthy and reliable. So what we do here is we take the sensors down at least once a year, and we calibrate and validate those sensors to make sure that they're continuing to provide accurate and trustworthy data. So we reach out to partners, we go out, physically take the sensors down, and then we bring them to Franklin Elementary. It's our primary calibration site. On top of Franklin Elementary, there's an MPCA, Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, or MPCA sensor. This is a reference grade sensor, and so we're able to keep these sensors on the roof of Franklin Elementary for 3 to 6 weeks. They measure data in comparison to the MPCA sensor. We take them down, we pull both data sets, and then we graph those data sets to kind of compare the data to make sure that our sensors are still measuring what the MPCA, similar to what the MPCA sensor is measuring. Once the study is complete and the data validation has been graphed and analyzed, the sensors are reinstalled and then the monitoring continues. The reinstallation process.
Can I ask you a question? Just and this is very technical, but so is the MPCA date sensor like always accurate? I mean, how do you know that that one is accurate to compare ours to?
That's a great question. I'm not sure the frequency. I don't know, Trace, if you know how often the MPCA is doing the calibration on their own sensor, but they certainly have a process for that as well.
Yep, so the MPCA meters, so they are the statewide experts in air quality monitoring across the state. And so they calibrate those meters. They are the ones that then are set so that other communities that are using to validate against to provide that confidence that
They're doing their own
they're
calibration.
doing their own
Okay, got
calibration
it,
and
got it.
validation. Yep.
All right, thank you.
And there is a certain EPA process that they follow as well. So there is a lot, again, of manual kind of physical work with this, coordination with site partners, and it can be a little bit clunky, but we're thankful to kind of have someone to focus his work and priority on this. So kind of looking at next steps of the network, we are going into strategic planning as an organization. So we're really excited about this. We're really looking to kind of ensure long-term success of this network. We've, kind of, I think, evolved over the years, and we're in this place where we really have an opportunity to get organized and really think through what is the next, 3 to 5 years of this group and what does it look like. So we're going to talk about roles and responsibilities, ownership of sensors, replacement parts, things like that. More formal structure for these calibration studies. So what is the frequency? Who conducts them? We'll talk data access and usage. So, what is kind of the long-term sustainability of all of this data that we're collecting? And then on the governance side, we're talking about kind of some bylaws or some decision-making frameworks as a group, just so that we can all be on the same page about what our roles and responsibilities are and how we make decisions as a collaborative. And then finally, we'll identify some future areas. So thinking about new sensor locations, some emerging technologies, and then just kind of, again, long-term data sustainability. And that's all we have for you today. Thank you so much for your time. And we would love to take any questions or thoughts or feedback that you have on the program.
Councilmember Miller.
Thank you for the presentation. I think especially in light of earlier talk about outdoor recreation too, making sure that we're aware and keeping our children, every community member safe and well informed to make their own health choices is critical as we move forward. But a couple of questions about, one, there was a comment about encouraging citizen scientists. Obviously, with some of the monitors, Purple Air, they automatically go to a public map. So should you opt in, there are more sensors in the community than just this Air Quality Alliance sensors. So how do you think about the integration of those different data points? And if you're encouraging people to be more active in this, is there a pathway to either just using the Purple Air map rather than creating a new one, or better integrating those so that people don't see one set of sensors on one and a different subset of sensors on another?
Yeah, I can
Take that. Yep.
So all of it's pretty technology dependent. And so kind of my role in the group has been navigating that. And so ideally we have a singular map with sensors of all different brands in one location. So the Purple Air, we basically are pulling that data from the official Purple Air map and bringing it into this Geographic Information Systems map. And so we're also doing that with the Vaisala data. So Kayla mentioned that some of the older sensors don't have that real time. And so, our strategy moving forward as we're engaging with the community is to be open to different brands of sensors, and then to also navigate how is it possible to bring those into our map and things like that. So it's definitely a thing that we want to keep in mind. And we're finding so far, as we've talked with different agencies in the region who are doing, data work like this, is that there's user-friendly sensors and there's not user-friendly sensors. And so at this point, we've experienced Purple Air and Vaisala, and we are sort of finding that as far as low-cost sensors go, that Purple Air is really user-friendly. It's easy to plug in. It's easy to integrate into our local map. And so at this point, that's the one we're kind of advertising for people if they would like to participate and they want to engage. We have a survey on our website. If you just Google Air Quality Alliance, it'll bring you pretty much directly to our website. And we have a survey on there for people to fill out if they'd like to participate in any capacity, and if they're interested in hosting a sensor, or if they already have a sensor and what brand it is. So we're definitely welcoming all sensors to the table.
Great. I actually have one at my house.
Oh, really?
So
Great. Well, you should fill out our survey.
love to join. My second question is about then the public facing information beyond the website. Obviously, people are in the community. There are other pieces of information, bank buildings that have the current temperature and time and those kind of things. Are there opportunities, and do you have sort of plans to better integrate communication about current air levels, at least on the PM 2.5, around the color in different parts publicly in the communities, whether that's a TV at City Hall or the government center, somewhere in a public space, partners with Mayo Clinic, just so that people are regularly seeing information about what the current air quality index is?
Can we take that? Got it. So, and please chime in afterwards, but so great questions. And I think, so one of the things is we've been getting questions and comments like that. We've been getting questions about how does Rochester compare to other cities? questions on trends and things like that. And that, it's all those questions and suggestions of things that we can do that really led to this strategic planning that Kayla talked about, because we really want to make sure that any new things we add or we build off of, that it aligns with what the goals of this group are and that they can be sustained long-term. Very, very minimal funding has been supported for this. It's 10% of Kayla's time, and we've had an intern, and like the other partners, they're fitting it in within their time. And we've been fortunate that the DMC and Olmsted County have been able to provide some funding support for those sensors. And so, again, trying to do it with the resources that we have and really emphasizing whatever we do, we want to make sure we're hitting on those right goals, providing the information that's most beneficial for the community, and that it can be sustained, long term. So anything else to add?
Yeah, I'll say too that we're definitely open to sharing. We call it the dashboard. So that's our map with all the metrics in it, and like temperature and humidity. And there's wind speed or wind direction in there as well, and like environmental justice areas. So like the Air Quality Alliance is open to sharing that in whatever way is useful. And so, there's been different conversations of what that could look like. I know for Olmsted County, we have little kiosk booths in different parts of the community for people to access resources. And so we've discussed adding it there. And I know the city of Rochester and DMC have had some different ideas as well. So definitely open to that and wanting to make it as publicly available as it is helpful for people.
Okay. I'll just put in a plug. It would be great to see as we build new buildings, particularly parks, things in public spaces, having at least the version that has a visible color ring built into it. Seems like an interesting part of just incrementally adding on to public facilities.
Just one note on that, we're in the process of installing one at John Marshall High School. So one of our partners is RPS, and they're installing it at that greenhouse right outside of the front of the school. And so they're really excited to kind of integrate some environmental education with the kids in the greenhouse and that air quality sensor with the ring on it. So thank you.
Councilmember Wall.
Thank you. Even with its older technology, I understand that the Vaisala ones, the first 4, were quite expensive. Okay. And I really appreciate the fact that the data is now on the dashboard. Does it look different because it's a collection over time rather than it's not real time? What does it show, those 4?
Yeah, great question. So the real-time dashboard initially will be above, and it just shows kind of the last readings within the last 2 to 10 minutes, depending on when that data came in. There's going to be a dashboard below, and it's just going to show like a line graph over time as to, I believe right now it's set up as we're sort of exploring how to make it look, usable for the community. It's going to show the monthly average, because it's a lot. If you think about minute data over 2 years, it's a lot of data. So anyway, right now it's summarized. So like the monthly average for that particular measure since 2023, I believe, is how far back we have the data right now. So you'll just see a line graph for that particular chemical.
Because they pull out more chemicals, the greenhouse gases.
Yes, correct.
So that probably is going to be less effective for people who want to know, should I walk my dog?
Yeah, especially the historical data, obviously you can't do anything about it now. It's what's happened, but the initial real-time map is probably more along those lines of like, you can open it up and see, oh, everything's green today. I probably, if I'm asthmatic, I maybe don't have to be as concerned as if I was about to go outside and it was all red. So I would say the real-time map is one of those more like in the moment decision-making tools. And then maybe for those of us who are interested in the long-term changes, we can flip down to the historical dashboard and see some of that. And the dashboards may evolve over time as we get feedback of like what people want to see. That's kind of my role, is to sort of take feedback from people and to make it into information that's the most useful. So definitely open for feedback.
And
The other thing I would plug is that the new Vaisala, though, do provide that real time. So that's there, and then you can still see it in comparison to the historical data for the older ones. But
thank you. And beyond communication of current air quality and what isn't in the recent past, does that data suggest a course of action for us as a city?
I will say that one weakness in our group right now is we do not possess an air quality data scientist. So at this point, we are people in our different departments and our avenues who appreciate having good air quality. And so I think a key to answering those kinds of questions is going to be, our collaborations with MPCA. And so I just want to be careful that we're not making suggestions from less educated people. So I really want those sorts of things to come from the EPA or the MPCA, or if we get some citizen scientists or graduate, program people who are really studying air quality to then sort of make those analyses. And so at this point, we're just presenting the data, and people are welcome to try to wrap their head around it and make, any sort of conclusions that they want. But it is really just, we're presenting the data and do with it what you will. At this point, I'm sure we'd all love our group to expand to fill more of that role, to make suggestions, but I can see that being something that happens where we're saying, this is what we're seeing, and these are the suggestions that we have for the council or the county board or whatever. So I think that's really important. I just don't think we're equipped right now to quite play that role for the council.
I suppose I'm directing my attention perhaps to downtown construction. And, if we consistently saw that there were some oranges or reds there and it was better on the outskirts, does that information lead us to some action over construction? Or I don't know exactly what I'm asking, but
I think you are right, though. I think that there's potential for that, especially, we don't, right now, it's not like you can go back historically and precisely say this month was really high, and you'd have to dig up what activities were happening at that point. But I do think that's possible. And I think if you opened it up right now, you're going to look and you're going to be like, whoa, what was going on? Like, those are great questions to come up. And I think that is very natural, because when you look at the historical data for the downtown Vasala sensors, it is kind of interesting. So I highly recommend anybody who gets the chance to take a look at that data, and I think it'll get your gears turning.
Thank you.
Just to Councilmember Wall's point. So the we can look at real-time data on the particulate matter now. You can pull that out from the overall good day, bad day at this point. So.
Correct. Yep. That real-time data is available at this very moment.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, just a couple points. One is I after going through playing around a little bit with the charts I was given, I said, well, let me go out and look at some of that data. And I had difficulty finding it. I searched on the just normal search. I just went to the county site and did AQA and the city, and I had trouble getting access to it. So I'll pass it along to the team. I claim no great expertise in doing this, but I couldn't lay my hands on it. And after a couple minutes, I think I got distracted and didn't try anymore. I have heard that, just again, rule of thumb, this isn't like watching motions, but as you move these closer to our arterial, our main, US Highway 52s and Highway 14s and even Broadways, the air quality drops as you get closer to our thing. And basically our main air quality internally created issues are with transportation. And there's not a lot of main industry here doing it. Do you think that's a bad reading of, or just an oversimplification? I'm not asking you for a judge whether it's right or not, but is there places like, no, this construction thing is a huge thing? Or if I think, well, when you look at the air quality right now, it's fire. That's nothing like, that's just our environment. That's not anything we have control over.
So very good question. And what I would say is we do not have the expertise amongst this group to be able to answer those level of questions. But again, we appreciate the feedback, because those are the types of things that have been coming. And if that's important, we do have communication with the MPCA and other experts in there, but also as we evaluate potential changes and building out this alliance and making requests to the community to be able to say, is someone an air quality expert that can provide assistance and participate on this alliance beyond what like the Mayo Clinic is able to provide. That's an ask that we can make. And so I appreciate these types of questions, and you're not the first one that has asked that again, which has led to this. We need to have more discussions of what is of most importance. Because right now our focus is making sure that we have the sensors out there, that the data is accurate, that it can be trusted, that the data is available for those that want to dig into it deeper, so that we can start going down some of those paths.
And again, I appreciate those, all the base requirements to have scientific data. So I think we're going about that the right way. And I'll say too, when I look at our partner roles, I would think that kind of expertise hopefully could come from Mayo versus the city or the county, and just looking at the different groupings. Back on saying, when you said, it kind of stuck with me, that since we made this a commitment to reducing greenhouse gases, we needed these measurements. And I was kind of thrown off with that, because I think that's more of our contribution to the bigger community than it is what impacts we have on ourselves. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, and I apologize if that's how I said it or that's how I came across. My point is that once we had some of these centers out in the community, there was key decisions that the council made, like the greenhouse gas emission
specifically.
goal, and that having reliable data and access to it and starting to establish those trends long term to be able to see that is important and can be used in decision making and things like that, or to be able to evaluate the success of it. So it was some of those things that, again, it started more as research, and we started to see a lot of these connection points that said, oh, we can use this data and it'll aid in this area. And so those were just some of the key things that have come along.
Very good.
Kind of validate this
I
program.
might overreact to how I heard it, so that's helpful. As far as, the base science or what the city's role or the county's role, I do appreciate that idea of trying to have a data set that we create and we have going forward that can be used looking back and hopefully projecting forward. But hopefully those investments are balanced with other sustainability investments we could be making with buildings or with other sort of transportation. So with that, I appreciate you guys coming and doing the update, and I support your work.
Mayor Norton.
Just a quick end. So I started by telling you I did this as part of my graduate work, and it was a great project working with all the folks that are still involved, Mayo Clinic and Sierra Club, Matt, and others. And we had much less sophisticated monitors at that time. But we carried them and sat for hours in certain places in town and collected the data and took it back. And I had the opportunity to sit over by Civic Center Drive, and it was the one time my monitor kind of started showing some concerns. And it was because while I was there, first thing in the morning, it was commuting time, but it was also the time all the semis were coming by. And they were coming by one after another. So that was one thing I thought, okay, well, this is interesting, right? Some of these heavy traffic areas are at least showing, even though, we're not a big city in the way many other cities are. But the one time I did have it register, like off the chart, was when I had gone in for lunch to a building and they had a fire in their kitchen.
No.
And the particulates inside that building registered in the dangerous point. I won't mention the name of the place, it's not here anymore, but that was it, that was like, it can happen indoor air quality as well. And we forget that sometimes, some fires, particularly with particulates and plastics and wood and all that, affects our lungs there too. So anyway, that's it.
Great work, great partnership. I would agree with Councilmember Keene. I did try to navigate it, and so the more you can make it user friendly. I know it's you're working on all ends, but I think it would be an extremely valuable as the public sees it and is aware of it, of the concept of the city of health here. So thank you.
Do you have a tip for how people can find it the easiest?
Well, I will say you probably can't find it directly via like Olmsted County's website, because we're just not. What's that?
It is on our link from our sustainability website.
It's available on the City of Rochester's sustainability website, but we are sort of in this transition right now, like Kayla mentioned, of like sort of establishing a charter. And so we are starting to become public, but we're not trying to get ahead of like our communications and things like that. And so right now, if you just Googled Air Quality Alliance, one of the first websites that should show up is Air Quality Alliance. And you might even see the AI chat mention Rochester as like an air quality. So we tried to pick a name that was unique that other people weren't currently doing the work with. So if you Google Air Quality Alliance, you should get to that website, and there's a page on that website about air quality, which will share that data and also kind of give some general information about air quality.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Miller.
Just last point on that. I mean, even thinking about, I've looked at the map several times over the course of years, and it does seem like there's generally a consensus air quality number across the city. So I'm curious, even if we could pick one sensor, perhaps one of the downtown ones or near City Hall, and just publish it on a prominent place where people are already going, whether that's the rochestermn.gov website or something that people are prompted to discover it and not having to go to Google and search Air Quality Alliance and know that that's the name. I think it's great that there are all these partners, but we each individually have platforms, you know, and I think we would do our community a good service to educate them practically about what is air quality and what is the current value, and then link them perhaps to more information.
So I think we can add that to the things that we can discuss as a group and
all right.
discussing it back to you. Thank you.
Randy, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I did receive a note that there has been a hand up online to answer questions that hasn't been noted. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
maybe it's moot now. I'm not sure, but
Maybe Lauren Jensen from DFW.
Oh, Lauren, did you want to add?
so
Hi, can you hear me?
Going once, going twice?
Hi, can
maybe
you hear
after
me?
the fact. Yep.
Okay, we are,
Hello?
thank you. And Kayla and Aaron, stay where you are, and we're going to move to
Hello?
electric vehicle charging.
Really need the point.
Battery time.
Still on.
Hi.
Did you move it or did I? Okay. All right, we'll see. We'll try and figure this out. So, you know, Kayla and I, so we're just going to keep rolling here. So the big thing that we want to talk about tonight is electric vehicle charging policy. We did call it number one. When I talk about number steps, we'll talk about what we're envisioning for next steps. But really quickly, we're going to walk through some background information. We'll talk about kWh, kilowatt per hour versus hourly rates. And again, some data that we've been able to pull, potential next steps based on the feedback that we received tonight, and some discussion. So really quickly, why are we here today even talking about the potential for a policy? One, the city currently does not have a formal electric vehicle policy. And as a result of that, it's led to some inconsistencies in purchasing electric vehicle chargers. When I say city owned, let me emphasize everything we're going to talk about here today is city owned. So there are publicly available chargers. We're talking about when we say public, these are city-owned chargers. So anyways, it's led to some inconsistencies just on the purchasing of the chargers, or many of those have come from grants. Pricing, so some of the meters are the chargers are priced different. Access, so just community access to those chargers. And just implementation of EV charging across, again, city-owned sites. And so with the growing number of EV chargers as well as EV users within the city, but especially those city-owned chargers at public sites, our fear is that it's going to lead to more inconsistencies. And so as we evaluated this, we felt the need to bring it forward. And one of the big things that it could have is budget impacts on the future. The other thing I want to emphasize is, so sustainability division seems to be the place where if it isn't a true fit in a certain department or division, it comes to sustainability. So this one came up that we had a bunch of questions on EV chargers, and Kayla and I are like, okay, we'll take it on. And so we saw a need, and we figured we would bring this forward. So I want to note that we do work with facilities. We are working with our parking and transit partners as well as we go through this, because that's where the chargers are. So key questions for the city council to think about as we go through the presentation, and I'm going to ask these questions again. One, should we pursue an EV charging rate policy? What we found as we started to go through research and all that, we can go down a lot of different rabbit trails. And before we did that, we wanted to make sure, are you even interested in a policy? Because if not, we're going to stop our research and we're going to go work on other things. So one is, should we pursue this charging rate policy? Second, is there a preferred pricing structure, either per hour or per kilowatt per hour? And we have some research to be able to show you to assist in that. I will also say we have a recommendation on which route we think we should go. The third question is, how important is it to keep rates competitive with other chargers? And the reason that comes into play is both revenue generation for recouping the costs, as well as you'll see the fourth one, which is cost sharing. And you could also say the word subsidy. So we had a couple questions that were, how much are we subsidizing? I use cost sharing. Right now there's a cost sharing between the user and the city. And so the fourth question is there a cost sharing range that we should be aware of when we're developing the rate options? And the reason that plays in with number 3 is we could say, we want the user to pay 100% of this. And by doing so, we might price ourselves out to the point where people aren't even using it. And therefore, you're not going to generate the income that you need to be able to sustain that. So we need to be, in our research, be able to assess how many people do we think, if we price it higher, we're going to see user rate usually drop. And so we need to set that price point at the right spot. So those are the 4 things to keep in mind as we go through that. Hint, our recommendation is to develop a formal policy. We feel the need for that based on a per kWh pricing structure. So
Hello again, Council President, Mayor. Kayla Betzold, Sustainability Coordinator. I'm here to provide some background information and a little bit about the research that we did. So this slide is just kind of baseline setting, just to kind of explain the different levels of EV charging. So level 1, 2, and then the DC fast charging. So the level 1 is the kind that you would most likely see at home. Level 2 is more common in public settings like city facilities, parking lots, workplaces. And then the fast charging provides rapid charging, so in under an hour. Typically you see these near highways or freeways, and they're pretty expensive to install and operate. The City of Rochester does have level 2 chargers installed throughout the community. And so the focus of the rest of this presentation is on level 2 chargers and setting a rate structure specifically for level 2 chargers. Level 3 fast charging is currently cost prohibitive for the city to own and operate due to the large first costs with the charging stations themselves and the utility demand charges that we would incur with the level 3 chargers. So it remains kind of a longer term option, an opportunity that we could explore with partners and you know, with technology and funding options in the future. So this slide kind of shows the current network of city-owned EV charging stations. So in total, the city owns and operates 12 charging stations, including both single port and dual port level 2s. We have these kind of at key sites, so downtown parking ramps and city facilities like the Development Services and Infrastructure Center. And the rates do vary by location. So some chargers are free to use, while other chargers, such as the one in First Street Ramp and Ramp 6, charge between 75 cents to $2 per hour, depending on the time of day. So most of the infrastructure so far has been funded through the Parking Enterprise Fund with RPU and the General Fund kind of supporting a little bit on some of those chargers. Again, as Aaron noted, we do anticipate this network to be expanding in future years. So we feel that like right now, there's a valuable window of opportunity for us to, you know, really standardize our approach when it comes to the rates kind of while the system is still manageable. So kind of looking at the difference between a kilowatt hour versus a per hour or hourly rate structure. We started this project by researching what are other Minnesota cities doing. What are they charging for you know, publicly owned EV charging stations? And what we found was that there's a wide variety of different approaches with no clear statewide standard. So this slide kind of summarizes what we found in our research. The most common is the kWh rate. So this is about 36% of the communities. This is where, you know, drivers pay for the electricity that they use, similar to what we see with other utilities. Hourly rates are the next most common, that we saw that in 30% of cities, followed by limited free charging and then unrestricted free charging. Pricing also varies really widely with the cities that we saw. So hourly rates range from 25 cents per hour to $2 per hour. Kilowatt hour rates are anywhere from 10 cents to 44 cents, averaging around 26 cents per kWh. So kind of this mixed research that we found with other Minnesota cities led us to really kind of reinforce the need for us to create our own criteria and really kind of do our own analysis of what makes sense for Rochester. This slide gives you, this graph kind of gives you a look at the other publicly accessible level 2 chargers in town. So these are not City of Rochester chargers, these are level 2. So these are other publicly available level 2 charging stations. Out of the stations that we found, almost half of them are free to use. So that's a little bit of an interesting piece to it. You know, in comparison to statewide, we're seeing, you know, other municipalities have more fees and things like that. 38% were the KWH rate, with rates then ranging from 16 cents to 30 cents per KWH with an average of 18. So the 18 cents is lower than the statewide average for KWH that we saw in the previous slide. Only 15% of the chargers here in Rochester are currently using an hourly rate, and that rate is set at $2 per hour. And that is on the high side of the statewide average. So a little bit different here. So as we looked at how other communities are pricing EV charging, we found that, again, the research was all over the board. And so we developed our own criteria to kind of evaluate what would work best for us. So we're focusing on 3 main areas: equity, so ensuring fair and affordable access for everyone; charging patterns, so understanding how 2 different, you know, rate structures impact driver behavior; and then rate complexity, so making sure pricing is clear and easy to understand. So first we looked at the hourly rate analysis. And so again, charging by the hour it's a simple model. It's easy to understand. It's familiar, but it does kind of come with trade-offs. And one of those is equity. It doesn't account for differences in charging speeds or battery sizes. So we have lots of different electric vehicles. Older models will charge slower. Vehicles with smaller batteries will charge slower. So this does mean that, you know, drivers of smaller or slower charging vehicles are oftentimes paying more for the same amount of energy. So everyone is billed for the time that they're at the charging station and not for the actual amount of electricity that they're using. Charging behavior is also impacted by this. So without idle fees in place, there's really little incentive for drivers to move their car once charging is complete. Also, we're seeing a lot of the free chargers at a lot of the city-owned sites. And so, again, not really an incentive to move the vehicle. We are finding, pulling some data from our ChargePoint, we're finding that at city-owned stations, vehicles are currently staying plugged in for an average of 1 hour after they finish charging. It's also interesting to note here that EVs do pull more electricity during the first hour that they're plugged in. And so extended sessions can reduce that overall station efficiency. Looking at rate complexity, it is very easy to understand. So you just take the number of hours at the station times the hourly rate, and that kind of gives you a good idea of what you'll pay at the end of the session. So it is a more user-friendly model in that sense, especially for someone who might not be as familiar with EV charging. Looking at the KWH rate analysis, we found that this offers a pricing model that more directly reflects the actual electricity that's consumed at the site. So we do feel that this makes it more fair and transparent. It also mirrors how the utility is charging for electricity. So, you know, it's familiar and consistent in that sense as well. It's what you see on your electricity bill. Because again, the user is billed for the actual electricity consumed, it eliminates that penalty that I talked about for, you know, users of or owners of older EVs or EVs with smaller batteries. So all the users across the board pay for what they use, nothing more, nothing less. This pricing model can also lead to a more efficient efficient station use. So typically we see KWH rates paired with idle fees. So after a vehicle finishes charging, there would be a certain amount of time, and then after that you would be notified. And if you still didn't move your vehicle after that, there would be an idle fee that would be incurred. So this does encourage drivers to unplug once charging is complete and reduces that congestion that we're seeing at some of our charging stations where people are kind of just staying there all day. The main trade-off here is that it can be less predictable for users, especially if you're a newer EV user, to estimate the amount of electricity that your vehicle will pull over an hour or 3 hours or something like that. So it can kind of make cost planning a little bit more challenging. But when we do compare the two, we find that the KWH rate really does align more with the criteria that we outlined. So we see hourly rates easier to understand, but KWH pricing really supporting our long-term goals and criteria. So again, as Aaron stated, based on our research, our recommendation is to pursue a kilowatt hour rate for EV charging. This meets or somewhat or fully meets the criteria that we laid out when we kind of started the assessment here. And again, if I didn't talk about this on the last few slides, it is, directly charging for the electricity that's pulled from that station. So it makes it fair and equitable across all different types of EVs. And we are seeing EV vehicles, that broaden to include a wider range of vehicles and user demographics. Another interesting piece of a KW8 rate structure is that it offers regulatory alignment. So we're seeing state and federal programs require KWH-based charging. So on our freeway corridors in Minnesota, the stations that are being installed through those programs must display pricing in the dollars per KWH. So this kind of offers some potential alignment. And then it also does provide us with flexibility. So if we have electricity increases in the future, or if we do want to consider level 3 charging, we can easily kind of adjust the rates and kind of make it pretty simple to add in level 3s. I should note that those chargers along the freeways, those are all level 3 chargers that the state and federal program. So if we go with KWH, we would kind of be aligning with that as well and set us up nicely for additional level 3s in the future. All right, and with that, I will turn it back over to Aaron to talk about kind of some next steps.
Thanks, Kayla. Yep, so next steps, and I alluded to this at the start. So initially we were thinking we would come back for a second study session. Study session schedule is pretty full for the rest of the year. So if we can find a slot on the study session, we'll bring it back for a round 2. Again, assuming you tell us to move forward with developing a policy. If not, we'll bring it back as part of a reports and recommendations saying this is what we developed, here's our recommendation, get some of that final feedback. If there's significant changes, then we would make those changes, probably put it on a consent agenda for the next one, or if everything looks good, approve it that night. Our goal is to try and get this wrapped up by the end of this calendar year for implementation on January 1. A lot of that then is we got to communicate with the public so that we can give them notification, a January 1 start date. It's an easier date at the start of the new year. We're going to roll out a new rate structure and help with the communication. We also need some time to be able to communicate that. So again, our goal is to really, probably come back to council again, based on feedback around that maybe September, October timeframe, and then to be able to do communication at the end of the year to implement at the early start of the year. Again, we have project partners we need to work with to be able to get that all set up and communicate out. So with that, I'm going to put these discussion questions back up there. We can take any general questions, but also, again, our key here, what we really like to hear from you, all of you, is do you see value in this policy? Would you like us to develop a policy hour per hour versus a KWH rate structure? How important is it to keep those rates competitive? And again, we intentionally didn't, other than the averages and kind of the range Kayla showed you, depending on the research, you can get different numbers. So for us, it's important to say, do you want us to stay competitive with other publicly available chargers? Because that's going to influence some of the decisions we make. And then also with that, recognizing there could be a cost share, or most likely would be a cost share if you want to be competitive. Is there a cost share range or things that we should take into consideration as we do additional research? So, and again, our recommendation is to develop a formal policy based on the KWH pricing structure. So
Member Fredericks.
Yes, thank you. Anything that has moving parts or anything period takes maintenance and upkeep and replacement costs. Why would we ever give subsidized or free service for something? Because there's going to be costs, not only that, staff to maintain, check them, there's always staff cost as well. Nothing's free, right? So maybe help me get my mind wrapped around that. Was there like, did somebody donate machines? We get a grant for them and they have to be free then? Was it something like that or?
Correct. So the chargers that are in place were obtained through grants. And much of that covered the charger itself as well as the infrastructure to install it. And so with that, there wasn't the capital cost, associated with those projects. And so I don't know on every single charger why it was determined to not charge, but there certainly is maintenance cost as well as the electricity cost that is being pulled. And we did collect some data as part of our research. And we were estimating that each charger, again, and there's a little bit difference whether it's a dual port, single port and all that, but there's about a $1,900 cost per charger per year that is being right now either absorbed within our current budgets, or like in the terms of the enterprise fund, they are charging to help recoup some of those costs. So depending on the charger. So the other thing I will note that, with some of the goals we've had, greenhouse gas emission reduction goals, things like that, there's been a little bit of a support for electric vehicles. You've seen it, on the larger scale as well. And so again, they're helping support that within our community, I believe led into some of those decisions to set the price points where they were at, to help get these vehicles in our community and help with the charging and build out that network.
Right. And as far as your questions go here, yes, kilowatt. I mean, do you want answers from us? Is that
Yes,
okay?
absolutely.
So the first, I would say yes, a rate, we'd have to have some kind of a plan, obviously. Preferred pricing structure, yes, kilowatt hour would be obviously the way to go. You laid that out. How important is to keep rates competitive? It's very important. I mean, we don't want to be way higher, but we definitely have no reason to be lower. They're going to need the power. I mean, we're not putting gas pumps in the parking ramps. So, I mean, I don't know why we'd be doing that. Anyway, and is there a cost share range that staff should stay within range of? Yeah, the consumer pays for it.
Okay. So consumer pays 100%.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Wall.
I'm with Councilmember Fredericks. I've been amazed that the city provides any free outlets. I looked up my own usage. I have a level 2 at home. On July 21st, I got 224 miles for $5.14. Now, I'm not complaining. That's really a good deal. You do the miles per gallon in gas, and that's really, boy, it's really good. I went to Hy-Vee. I was there for 21 minutes, and I got 7 miles, and that's free. I mean, you have to be at these places for quite a while to make them work. I have a friend who is both frugal and likes exercise. He will drive his car to the DSIC, plug in overnight, walk home the 3 miles, and then the next morning, walk 3 miles. So if he got kind of a 60% fill up, which mine represents, it'd be about $5 maybe that he saved. And he's just very frugal and likes exercise. So I don't know why we are covering that cost, both the electricity and the upkeep of the implement. So I think we should have a rate. I think it should be fair, kilowatt, competitive. I think that we need to pay the cost of the electricity and whatever it takes to replace the implement.
Councilmember,
Can I, and I just want to thank you for the feedback, and this is really helpful. And I'll share a little bit of extra data, and maybe we should have put it in the presentation. I don't know if it'll be helpful or not, but just to let you know, so from a competitive standpoint, again, the average is going to be around probably that 26 cents per kilowatt. It's going to be around there in order to be quote unquote competitive. That will be about a 75% consumer paid cost and about a 25% still city cover that. That would be in terms of fully capturing the meter and infrastructure costs as well. So keep that in mind. Like if we have to replace that meter or there's some infrastructure that needs to be added as part of it, that would cover it. If we want it to cover 100% of the cost of that, it would be between 26 and it'd be on the low end, of course, with some of the estimates, but up to about 36 cents, maybe even 40 cents on the high side. So that gets to the point where then we have to look at, right now, there's about a 40% usage. So the meters or the chargers, sorry, I keep saying meters. The chargers are used about 40% of the time that they're available. 60% they're sitting there with no vehicles on there. What we need to start looking at is when you get those price points, how much will someone still come and park at DSIC and leave it overnight and walk home?
And the answer is he won't, because he's got a level 2 in his own garage. I know this.
So if that data is helpful in terms of just the estimates, at a 50%, if you want to do a 50-50 split, it's going to be about 17 cents. So that kind of gives you a kWh. So that gives you the range. So kind of 17, 26, 34, 36, cents per kWh, 40 on the really high side. Because infrastructure, again, is different. If it's right next to a building, you're extending that, the infrastructure cost is much smaller. If you're extending infrastructure a long ways, obviously you have added costs there. That's why there's that range. So anyways, I don't know if that's
Got
helpful.
it. Thank you. Let's go on to Councilmember Keen.
Yeah. I want to ask City Assistant Administrator Yetzer that if we really do not have a policy, because I thought we have a UDC statement, if someone's building a new parking lot, that they must put in EVs.
That is a requirement in the UDC, yes.
I'm trying to think of how to say this. I think that's a policy statement that we're trying to support EVs, and I'm not talking about with public money. I'm saying when someone puts up a new parking lot, just like we just did out in front here, our UDC requires so many I don't think it says level 2, but level 2 chargers per parking spot.
Can I intervene? I think the key is we are specifically talking about publicly owned EV charging rate policy.
Okay.
So we're saying, should we charge and how should we charge is the policy that we're talking about.
Right. But I'm hearing feedback about, maybe it's very specifically tied to that, but I'm trying to establish in my own head that we've already sort of committed to saying, and this is how I view it as a policy statement, the city's interests is taking down barriers for those who want to adopt EVs, but cannot because of, and maybe that because of is their apartment building doesn't have chargers, or they can't, as Councilmember Wall talks about, having the level 2 in their garage because they don't have a garage. And that's what I thought the city's interest was, reducing those barriers. So I want to give input on the type of thing, but I want to establish that I think we've already kind of said we want our city to be friendly towards this, but I think that idea of we need to ignore the private sector. My take is we have more of a responsibility to fill gaps that the private sector isn't taking care of. And I thought that was more of a policy statement from a city to say, I don't want to compete with, Circle K just put in 2 level 3s up there. I think it's great. I don't know what they're charging, but I'd love to see it up there. I don't want us to try to undercut them and find a way to lose money on it.
So thank you for that clarification. And I guess whether or not Mr. Yetzer has anything to add, I think that that is helpful feedback, and it's something we can put into the rate policy that says the city's intention is to fill a gap, to provide a community need, and therefore,
again, that would be, we
not
probably
gonna be
need more work
competitive.
to see if that's a consensus. But going back on your questions, I totally agree with Kay charging by that. But I guess if I would model where the costs come from, I think there's a connect cost and then a cost per how many kilowatts you use. I'm modeling it. That's how RPU does it. I have to pay to have RPU come to my house. That's a set fee whether I use any power or not, and then I have to pay for the power. So I think that more clearly models how costs are incurred.
Well, can
KWH, but it's also.
So I think
can we get back to, I don't know that we got a clarification from Mr. Yetzer on what's in the UDC regarding private development.
Go ahead, Kayla.
So it's surface parking lots, 50 spaces or greater is when it's triggered, and then it's two stations per 50 spaces. So that would be, so you'd have two automatically when, because you would hit, it would trigger it at 50 spaces.
And the only thing that I was going to add is the UDC is silent on the charging rate
Exactly,
in
yeah,
terms of
exactly, yeah.
what- If we may require an apartment.
And we have, I have two conversations going on right next to me, and I think we have a
We may-
discussion going, so.
We may require an apartment building to install, say, 4 chargers, but we don't say whether they're required to provide that charger to their residents for free or if they should be charged, paying a fee to use the charger. That, on that portion of it, the city doesn't have a policy. And so we don't therefore have a policy for ourselves either. And that's, I think, what Kayla and Aaron are talking about.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yep. So again, let me, as far as should we have a rate policy, I'm good with the KW. I'd like to consider that idea of like, to connect to it cost $4 and then this many KY,
And-
something like that.
Yep, thank you. And that could be a structure that we set up. So yes, you could have, you connect. Now, one of the things that we looked at and the reason we didn't bring that forward as a very specific recommendation is if somebody connects, you go to, you're only there for 20 minutes. Now you
Nope.
pay the connection fee and
Yeah.
you receive very little back in
Yeah.
benefit. And so it could influence charging behavior with that. And so what we're recommending in those numbers that I gave you, we included basically that connection fee in there so that you're capturing that. As soon as they plug in, it would include the cost. What we looked at again in those averages is it includes the replacement of the charger, and we would amortize that over 10 years based on the life expectancy of that. The infrastructure cost, again, over 10 years, the maintenance cost, the energy cost off of that. And I think, is that it? Or is there one more?
Installation,
Yep. And then the,
charger, electricity. And then we also account for an administrative fee that we're charged by the company.
so
And
that would all be included just in that KWH cost so that to simplify
Okay.
the transaction as well as the process.
I truly appreciate what you're trying to do, but that also causes you the complexity of then of saying, are you over or undercharging depending on what you end up selling? And the fact is it cost, I think you said $3,000 to $7,000 to put the level 2 in. Now, so I think that we're pretty consistent with this, but I guess I want to make sure that I don't think we should have a policy of how we're going to compete with Hy-Vee and try to make sure people charge us. The fact that they're there, to me, gives us license that the city doesn't need to be in that area because there's already a solution.
Yeah, and we wouldn't, so let me clarify, I guess from the competitive standpoint, again, what that comes down to is as EV chargers become more and more available, people will have more options. So if
Yeah.
they're coming to a meeting here, maybe they don't want to charge here because there's one a block away. And as we look at pricing influences user behavior.
Yes, obviously.
So do we want to be within a competitive price point when they look at that and say, I'm coming to a meeting here, it's just as affordable for me to plug in and charge here versus park and walk, 2-3 blocks because it's free at Hy-Vee or what have you, based on the scenario. So we're not trying to outcompete anybody else. We just want to make sure that we don't set our prices. Well, the feedback we're seeking from you is the risk of setting our prices so that it's so high that nobody uses them and therefore there's no revenue coming in to then be able to maintain or replace the infrastructure in the future.
Yeah.
But that, when I say competitive,
Okay.
or when we say competitive, that's what we're trying to get at, is trying to find that price point that optimizes the revenue coming in to be able to support, recognizing that there's some people will just have to use it. And that's when we go through the data and we look at user behavior.
Okay, we're gonna,
So,
that's appreciated. I have 4 more council members to go through. Councilmember Keen, do you have?
Yeah, I just want to make the point here, though, that in giving policy input, I mean, that I want to state that idea, the policy stuff of, I like what you're trying to say. Make sure we want to fully recoup. We're not trying to make money, but we want to price it so it's useful. But I still think the more policy important thing was what MnDOT did, trying to say, all our EVs are in metro areas, but they're saying they can't use them in the outlying areas because there's no chargers. So they spent their money putting them into, on the interstates, so that someone could go to, Sioux Falls and be able to charge on the way and not have to say like, I can't do that because I don't know, I'm in a rural area where there's no charging. And the government policy was to fill those gaps. Thank you.
Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. Do I understand, you said that your chargers are used 40% of the time?
On average.
Okay, and they're parking in a ramp or a parking lot, are they paying to park?
Depending on the charger. So like the one at DSIC, they're not paying to park there, but it is a
But the one
publicly
for the
available
park-
charger.
but
But the
the
ones that are, yes, are in like
Parking
the
fund
parking lot,
enterprise,
they're-
the enterprise fund ones, they're paying for.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, if it's
So-
very, not after 5 o'clock or on the weekend.
Okay, but if they're overnight, they're paying, because we charge overnight for parking the ramps.
Yes.
I guess, to make it quick and simple, I don't know why we're charging, and I think we spent more time talking about it than it's worth it. So I would charge nothing and hope that they use our parking ramps.
Councilmember Miller.
I'll be brief. Is there, to start with the question, is there a changing cost to us for the equipment, whether it's used or not? Like, does the actual use of charging increase the cost of maintenance over that 10-year period?
Do it.
Answer that.
Yeah, it doesn't in the sense that we pay for a maintenance contract with the company when we procure the charger. So we're kind of taking that cost and we're
So we have a
splitting it
fixed
over
cost in the
several years.
infrastructure. It costs a certain amount to build it, it costs a certain amount to maintain it over that period. And then we pay an administrative fee and electricity use.
Mhm.
So I would want to make sure that we're at least recouping those variable costs. And I would also want to make sure that we're pricing in a way that encourages people after they're charged to move on and perhaps recover costs that way. And again, it doesn't seem like any change in cost to us for the equipment maintenance, whether they're 40% utilized, 100% utilized. So I think simplifying it, I appreciate Councilmember Keen's mention of a connection fee. I think that just adds complexity. People go to a gas station, they pay for whatever they get out of it, and there's some price in there for other maintenance. So I think simplifying that rate and then encouraging people to disconnect and move on would be my priorities.
Councilmember Doring.
Yes, pursue a charging rate policy, kilowatt per hour, keep the rates competitive. Do not come back at another study session. Just create the policy, put it forward to us. We'll mess around with it if we need to.
Thank you.
I agree with the staff recommendation, and I look forward to seeing staff recommendation on competitive rates and cost shares.
And I'm ditto.
Mayor Norton, go
Yep,
ahead.
I'm ditto with Councilmember Doring and yourself.
Great. Thank you very
you
much.
very much.
We really appreciate it. Last agenda item is our UDC update, and I do not see Mr. Caples here, so I think we have Taryn Edens to give us this update. Welcome.
Good evening, council members, mayor, council president, Taryn Edens, one of the assistant directors, and I'm standing in for Ed Caples this evening, representing the planning and zoning team for community development. I'm here to provide you our annual Unified Development Code cleanup update. This is really just our kind of practice of sharing what feedback we've gotten from the development community and others, recommended code changes, and it is an opportunity to get feedback for you. So you will see it again, but this is the chance for the quick discussion on that. Other things to keep in mind with this, yeah, I mentioned that. We'll keep going. So text amendment, I think you folks know what it is. The council has the authority to update the text amendment, which is the Unified Development Code, or referred to as the UDC. This cadence happens annually. You'll see this in the next slide of why that was agreed upon, but that's very intentional to provide an annual update. It gives us a chance to gather information for an entire year through many different respects. It keeps this sort of streamlined to collect that information and make all the updates that occur thereafter once we make these updates. And then as you see, this will come to you more than once. So it does take a lot of resources to do the updates. It's a good practice to do regular updates, as previously we would do them sort of intermittently, but it's also intentional to do it only once a year. And that's mentioned as well. We update the UDC to advance the goals and policies of the city. And as you know, those can change as you're reviewing your strategic priorities as an example. Essentially, what you're going to see tonight is we're not recommending a lot of huge policy. What we'd like for tonight for the discussion is getting general feedback. This isn't the time to talk about huge policy discussions, but time to get feedback on future asks related. I think you are all pretty well versed in the Unified Development Code and the timeline, so I won't spend a lot of time on that, but just note that we did a very large amount of community engagement when we did the entire code rewrite. So when we're getting to just an annual update, we don't see that amount of engagement to be needed, but instead collect it as we go. So just wanted to point that out, that a lot of that work was done when we did the overhaul. For a quick cleanup, we just get it as we go. But it's worth noting that since we implemented the UDC in 2023, we've reviewed more than 100 applications and held over 150 neighborhood information meetings. So in our opinion, it's working well at streamlining the process, which is exciting to share with you. The updates that we are sharing with you or planning generally are going to be quick cleanup items, right? We're updating references where it makes sense. We're updating language to be consistent. For example, the UDC defines at grade in a way that is contradictory to the building code. So let's update that to be consistent with the building code. We've got some updates we need to do to reflect DNR mapping per their requirements. And then one that I'll cover next that should be expected for you is updating the downtown residential parking requirements. So most notably, our UDC, as it relates to updating downtown residential parking requirements, our UDC requires a 0.5 parking space per residential unit within the downtown. Per our last presentation we provided to you, the direction we got is the council would like to remove that parking requirement within the MXD zoning district specifically. So that will be our recommendation that we'll take forward to remove residential parking requirements within the MXD zoning district. So that is one that you will expect to see in our update. Things you haven't heard before that we would like to bring before you tonight, just as this is a summary and I'll go through them, but they include cannabis spacing requirements, cannabis permitted zoning districts, neighborhood information meeting submittal deadline, introducing sandwich boards in the downtown, and increasing minimum height requirements in the MXS zoning district. Cannabis spacing requirements, maybe even before I get to this, I'd like to share how we get some of this feedback. Sometimes we're making these recommendations, sometimes not. This is based on conversations we've had with potential operators of these retail spaces and recognizing previous council feedback on this in alignment with what state legislation is. So know that our recommendations aren't always recommending the feedback we got, but our best judgment in looking for your feedback on it. So right now, as you're likely aware, these retail uses are under review. And we have the ability to restrict them. So right now the UDC says cannabis retail uses have to be at least 1,000 feet from the nearest public school parcel, 500 feet from the nearest public park. That does include trails as a sort of interpretation, and 500 feet to a similar use regularly used by minors. Really our recommendation, and we're looking for feedback on this, is to instead adopt what the Minnesota state statute has, which allows us to prohibit it in spacing that's just a bit more specific than our previous language. So it's sort of get rid of that trail interpretation as an example. So feedback we got was, that's sort of vague. Can you give us more clear direction on where these can actually be established? And we're looking for your feedback if that's favorable to the council or not. Just as well, cannabis and liquor, notice they're together, permitted zoning districts. Right now, these uses, as we call them, can exist in many different zoning districts, essentially. What we've heard from operators is that doesn't really reflect where we're successful in establishing these. We're not successful in establishing these uses in a residential district, for example. So our recommendation, based on the feedback in an effort to give more clear feedback of where we think these uses best align with our zoning districts, is updating this to instead allow them within mixed use industrial zoning districts alone. So that effectively removes primarily those residential zoning districts. So once again, seeking council's feedback on that recommendation. Neighborhood information meeting submittal deadline. So we got this feedback from the development community, specifically, or in addition, the Rochester area builders. Essentially, we require a neighborhood informational meeting for most types of developments within the community. Once you hold that meeting, you are to submit an application within 30 days, and we got feedback that was pretty quick turnaround, wanted more time to collect, apply that feedback, and prepare items. So just asking to extend that to 60 days. Sandwich board requirements. This is based on feedback we got from internal city departments that we're hearing kind of needs from the business community downtown. Right now, we do have a portable sign provision of our code that regulates those signs, but we don't have a specific provision for sandwich boards, and they've traditionally been not approved. So instead, we would like to recommend creating a code specific to sandwich boards. We've got some specifics in there as far as how many would be permitted, size, as well as the duration, how long can they be out. We'd like to start this with just the MXD zoning district, and we'd like to make this a simple process and not require a permit. So that's our recommendation as a way to test this based on the feedback we've received. Maximum permitted height within the MXS zoning district. This district is really intended to support low to mid-density commercial uses and make access to lots of sorts of transportation. Right now, the maximum height is 36 feet. We found this to be sort of restrictive in a space where we're trying to support density. So just as well, folks are aware that we're reviewing a lot of proposed legislation every year on how to support density in our community, and we thought this would be a good internal recommendation based on what we've seen in that proposed language. So we're recommending to increase the permitted height to 56 feet. I'll say this is still lower than what we would allow in the transit-oriented development districts, and it supports development in a place where we planned for heightened density. So with that, we're looking for questions, feedback. As I mentioned, this is also the time to provide any feedback for either this code update or future ones for us to consider. We're asking for support or direction around these recommendations. I'll come back to this slide, but just also to remember the next steps. It's coming to you tonight for feedback. It will also go to required commissions, and it will come back to the City Council as a public hearing and adoption of those codes. With that, I'll pause for comments, questions.
So, can you give us more specific on which commissions it's going to? Is it planning and zoning, obviously, but are there other?
I believe it's also got to go to the Heritage Preservation Commission.
Okay, okay.
No, this one just would need to go to planning and zoning.
Thank you for
Oh, just planning and zoning. Okay. I do have a question on the NIMS. So I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, the 60 days that the developers are asking for is because they want to incorporate what the neighbors are asking for? Is that usually the case with why they want to extend their application?
Anecdotally, I don't know if I could say that's usually the case, but that's partly what we've heard.
Ms. Woodward?
Thank you. So part of the feedback we've heard is 30 days is a pretty quick turnaround for consultants to make any adjustments to those applications and want some flexibility. And also, I think there's just a volume of projects going on. So as part of our discussions, they were looking for some flexibility within that timeline.
Okay. I had one comment on the neighborhood information meetings. And so I have some concern about the geographic reach and whether or not we're extending that as far as we should. And I do understand that neighborhood associations are now included regardless of whether or not they're in the geographic reach, and renters are as well included. But can you clarify what the current geographic reach around the proposed property is?
I believe it's a half-mile radius.
So I would encourage us to consider expanding that.
I want to, Council President.
Go ahead, Mr.
I want to say it's between 200 and 300 feet. The only thing I will note is just keep in mind there's a cost to it. And so they're like, it's not zero. It's not a high cost, but as we've done 100
mailing
of these.
Mailing is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I just want to keep it within reason of how far we're notifying. I wouldn't go to like a mile radius or something like that. So it's something to think about.
Okay. Councilmember Fredericks.
Thank you. May seem trivial, but the sandwich boards, 14 days only. Is it possible that it could just be they can have it out daily? They just have to bring it in at night? I mean, why limit it to 14 days? Because if you get known for being a sandwich place and you have a different special each day, it's kind of fun to put it out on the sidewalk and catch people's eye, bring them in. Why limit it to 14 days? Bring it in each night. And then the next thing is, it's kind of a two-headed deal. Something about having them be tasteful. You know, when they're sitting out on the sidewalk, if it's we want it tasteful. And I don't know how much regulating a person wants to get into or not, but from what it says to what it looks like.
Yeah, I think we're pretty limited on what we can regulate as far as.
Right,
cameras.
I know
I think
it.
you know that. So open to the council's feedback on duration out there, but it's intended so that it's not replacing what we'd consider a permanent sign. So it is intentional to limit the duration, and that was what I would say is best practice based on previous code provisions, but we're certainly open to the feedback if that's.
Yeah, I'm not hard on that or anything. I'm just saying, you know, daily, let's face it, there isn't like there's a ton of places at street level doing things right now. I mean, a lot of places are kind of hurting and it's something to kind of help them out. And, I'd like to help businesses any way we can, obviously.
Mr. Niemeyer, did you have something to add?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I was just going to add that what we're trying to do with the 14-day duration is trying to balance the right-of-way impacts that, you know, may exist in downtown streets if sandwich boards are going out on a daily basis. So we are trying to limit it to more temporary use, like Terrence said. You know, we can talk about what that duration should be, but it's essentially trying to encourage use of sandwich boards more for special events or sales or things like that they may want to promote versus daily menu or something that becomes a daily potential tripping hazard in the right of way, that kind of thing.
Councilmember Keen.
I had two things I wanted to comment on. Mixed use streets. I'm surprised going from 36 foot to 56. That's quite a jump. Was there like a policy thing behind that or a certain situation? 56 feet is.
Ms. Woodward, are you going to take that one?
I think we were looking at opportunities where there could be density and what's appropriate and still lower than what is transit-oriented development, kind of in that realm, and realizing that this is an opportunity to kind of align those. And it felt like it was a little low, and so it was kind of reevaluating that height requirement.
Does the mixed use have R2 or R1 connected to it? Because it's not a transitional neighborhood, is it?
Mr. Yetzer.
A couple things with that. So 60 feet is kind of a sweet spot because it allows you to do 4/1, 5/1 style of construction. And so it maximizes the economics of a project from that standpoint. I would imagine we haven't done the analysis to see exactly where it abuts to single family R1, R2 residential districts, though I would note your residential protection standards, neighborhood protection standards still apply. So if that did happen,
all right,
they would naturally have to step down the height to the R1, R2. That's why we've got those standards.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Yetzer. That was my concern, that it was the residential protections. The other one is I did want to comment too on the NIM, sort of the boundaries. I actually thought the limit was bigger than what we're talking about here. I thought we talked about 1,000 feet from the development would be the notification zone. And then there are the unique things too, where I heard Council President Schubring say something about neighborhood associations, but how formal those are and whether I mean, there's a lot of the outlying areas have, you know, their own informal Facebook groups and things, but they're not formally aligned that way. So I don't want to have special treatment for certain groups. But the other one turns out to be, and this is one I've worked with staff about when road alignments are changing, is it really then only the people that close to it that should be informed, or should people further away that are on those same roads should be informed? So I'm not looking for a very specific change, but it's something that I'm just concerned with because of some scenarios we've worked through. Thank you.
Councilmember Wall.
Thank you. While looking at the cannabis liquor permitted zoning districts map, and I realize it's following zoning districts, it looks like most of the cannabis is going to be in South Rochester or Northwest Rochester. Does that seem kind of odd?
So this map is where those locations are permitted given the current district and spacing requirements. So this would, in all likelihood, probably, it would change. I wouldn't say it would completely tighten up where they could be because we would now no longer count a trail as that spacing requirement. So the way it stands today, right, this is what it would look like. It would look different and in less residential areas with these proposed changes.
Could we see, could you forward that kind of map to us? Thank you.
Councilmember Miller.
I'll just say on the MXS and the height increase, I think it's great that we're leading by example and knowing where some of the legislative action has been. I think it gives us more leverage. Recently, I heard a state legislator from another state describe housing as the new weed, as we're talking about cannabis, in that it is coming through state legislatures. There's building momentum, bipartisan support, especially among younger legislators. And so I think to the extent that we can show that we're engaged in this space, build partnerships, I think it gives us a lot better position with our state legislature. And so I very much am supportive of that. And looking at the zoning map, MXS is not a broadly used zone. I think I'm supportive of that. On the sandwich boards, I think it's great to give some additional flexibility. I agree the right-of-way concerns. There's not a standard sidewalk or public space that's in front of different downtown businesses. So balancing that and also finding ways that even some of those businesses along Broadway that have very limited narrow sidewalks can still advertise maintaining that access. I'm not sure that I have a recommendation there, but that's what I would want us to find a way to do.
Councilmember Doring.
I just want to make sure I understand the recommendation regarding trails and cannabis. Removing the trail distance requirement, correct? So that would not be a restriction?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Norton.
The only concern I had with the sandwich boards is in an area, we were talking about downtown and some of those narrows, it's really on Peace Plaza where we have to keep the space close to the building and out to the lettering as free as we can for pedestrians and wheelchairs and what have you. So I would say that area, they may need to be out actually further away or at some sort of angle. I don't know how you're going to deal with that one, but that was the one area that I thought we might need to have a special designation in that area to keep it clear.
All right. All right, you've got your feedback.
Thank you very much.
Administrator Zelms, take us home.
Thank you, Council President, Council members, Mayor Norton, members of the staff, and news media. I did just want to point out that on this item, it should say that August 11th is your next council meeting. So thank you for being with us all evening today. And your next study session is before a council meeting on the 18th and is only planned for an hour and a half with one item. So thank you for your indulgence today. Good discussion.
Thank you all, and thank you everyone for staying and adding an additional very important agenda item to our meeting today. Is there a motion to adjourn? Oh, we don't need a motion. We are adjourned.
Recording stopped.